There we go. Everything seems fine. Let's see, order's been yeah. Okay, so welcome to my sit-down Sunday stream where I try to work my way through some of the games in my library that I never completed, never started, or for some other reason just wish to work my way through again. The last two Sundays have both been FMV games, and I must admit it seems I'm on quite a FMV binge currently, working my way through the different ones that's in my library. And today I'm working my way through the Infectious Madness of Dr. Dekker. We'll see if I can actually manage to complete this one in one sitting. It's a bit longer. It should be fine. How long to beat has it estimated for 8 hours and I think it was 20 minutes. But it's one of those games that could end up costing me a lot of time if I ask the wrong questions, I believe. But we'll see. We'll start a new game and we'll play for as long as we can. I do have another appointment later, so I will at one point just have to call it quits.
The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker?
I can see people's dreams.
I've set up an experiment.
My dad is trying to hurt me.
Quantum suicide.
It's a bit unfortunate.
Doctor, you're late. And after all those promises, never mind, Doctor. Let's not keep the pace. You're late. And after all those promises, you're...
Okay, we ended up skipping that opening scene because I was trying to adjust the volume. But never mind that. Patient name has dot next to them. Red equals keep talking to them. Amber, you're done. Okay, fine, didn't get to read all that. Important conversation, optional conversations. Okay, sure. So let's just begin with the price here, I guess. Do I have any notes? Verbal mirroring and your studying psychologist is in the same words as your patient. Increase trust. Use yes and no when answering questions. If my patient is confused, I'll probably ask something they have more than one answer to. Say hello to my friend, what's wrong with them, and see what they know about Dekker. Okay. I played this game like once for just a little bit and I have completely forgotten how.
Slow down, Doctor. You don't have to ask me all the questions at once. Try one at a time.
I did, but oh well. Fine, let's just go with hello.
I'm Bryce Hemmings. You must be the new doctor. Did you know Dr. Dekker?
No, I did not.
I don't have anything for you.
Okay, apparently I don't really have to answer your question. Did you know Dr. Dekker?
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, I can already see where my frustration level is gonna go from this. Let's see.
Originally, I was suffering with depression. Work was piling up. I kept missing deadlines. I wasn't used to all the failure. I got depressed.
Okay. Are you depressed now?
You'd think being a gravedigger had its perks, but it can be very stressful. There's a trend going towards burial rather than cremation again. And as well as running out of space, we're running out of competent gravediggers. At least ones that can use a shovel, that is. I'm not feeling anywhere near as depressed as I used to, though. Not since I got the extra hour.
What do you mean with... Okay, if I keep it short, maybe that's easier. Just extra hour, question mark?
At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
Okay. Let's see. Now we have responses.
I'm Bryce Hemmings. You must be the new doctor. Did you know Dr. Dekker?
And that's orange with 2, so that means I have to follow up. I answered just no, but if I try to specify more, is that better? No. Dr. Dekker. Let's see. Let's see if that helps.
He was an antagonistic psycho. I hope you're not from the same school of thought.
Let's see. Okay, that removed hello, so that was enough for that. Let's see. So he doesn't seem positive about Dr. Dekker, so maybe I can get more on that.
I didn't really like Dr. Dekker, and for quite a few reasons, actually. I'd rather talk about my own problems for now, though, if you don't mind.
Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. That is why you have come to see me. Okay, so I need to ask something more about the depressed now. What did you say there?
You'd think being a gravedigger had its perks, but it can be very stressful. There's a trend going towards burial rather than cremation again. And as well as running out of space, we're running out of competent gravediggers. At least ones that can use a shovel, that is. I'm not feeling anywhere near as depressed as I used to, though. Not since I got the extra hour.
Let's see, from that, do you prefer? Oh, this is gonna be a tax on my ability to spell in English, isn't it? I apologize for the many typos that's gonna appear during this stream. Do you prefer cremation or burial? I think that's right.
I'm pro-cremation. Not just because I don't have to dig a grave. They still need a hole for the interment of ashes. It's more dignified, like you're becoming one with the universe again. Rotting in a wooden box, even if you turn completely into atoms, how would you escape? Even bits of the universe get lonely, I'd imagine.
Okay. So that wasn't what you needed me to ask about that. Okay, so you talked about the difference between cremation and that. He confirmed it was hard, but why is it hard to find people that can use a shovel? That looks okay.
Henley Church, where I work, is located on an old Norman motte and bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
Okay. What sort of relics?
I stumbled across a relic myself. An ancient chess piece. A queen, I believe. The best chess piece. The most freedom of movement. But they took it away immediately and proclaimed the whole east side of Henley Church a protected site of archaeological importance, which means we're not allowed to use it until the archaeologists have finished. I wish I hadn't told anyone.
Okay. Let's see. There's something more with that. Why is it hard to find people that use a shovel? It wasn't a relic. And there's also more about the extra hour. Okay, but let's just complete this thing. Oh, and please do let me know if there's an issue as far as sound and my keyboard typing is too overpowering. It's a bit difficult to find the balance between game sound, my voice, and not picking up the keyboard sounds as I type. But I'll try
Henley
to keep
Church,
a balance.
where I work, is located on an old Norman motte and bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
Okay, so those words that I need to ask about is actually shown better then, so that's okay. What can you tell me about church?
Henley Church is relatively small. Well, for the number of bodies they expect us to pack into the ground, it's relatively small. The whole building was once owned by Scientologists, but they handed it back to the community as a tax break, I believe. Or they'd finished doing whatever it was they wanted to do with it.
Let's see. Let's try asking about those Scientologists.
I'm not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God. Not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think?
Okay, so I can get away with not typing out the entire question. That helps me. Too many religions? Question.
I don't know.
Oh no, that's did I spell that wrong, or did I just not formulate it correctly? Oh, wait a moment. He asked about my opinion, didn't he? Question history. Yeah, the response was...
I'm not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God. Not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think?
Yeah, that's a question to me. No, I don't have a particular feeling on that. I mean, whatever people want to believe, sure. Rather too many than too few, and everyone has to believe the same thing.
Then we disagree. Have you watched Zeitgeist, Doctor? Some of it is believable, and the part about most religions stemming from the same basic facts. It's more likely that they've all got it wrong than one of them has it right, in my opinion.
Okay, so I don't have to follow that line anymore. I can question more about the Scientologist for bonus points, or I can go on about the shovel. That's also a deeper bonus point. Let's see. But this one I have to figure more out. What did you think of Dr. Dekker?
I didn't really like Dr. Dekker, and for quite a few reasons, actually. I'd rather talk about my own problems for now, though, if you don't mind.
Well, I already asked you what you were here for, which I'm assuming is your problem. But I can try again. Okay, so that refers to that. I just typed it a different way. Let's see. I guess the only thing is then why didn't you like Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker would say one thing and do another. He would push me to do things I didn't want to do. He was getting worse towards the end. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself.
Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to make this a two-parter if I actually want to delve into some of these other questions, and I think I might want to, because I do want that story.
At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
Let's see if I can get away with just typing midnight hour. Or maybe what do you do? What do you do with the extra hour?
I'm a grave digger, Doctor. And people are dying quicker than we can bury them.
Okay. Was that the same as the midnight hour though? Or was that a separate thing? There were two things. He could do as he pleased, and then let's just try midnight hour as well and see if that's the same thing, or if it's what he does that I need to keep poking into.
It's a bizarre thing to know you have an extra hour every day. I rarely ever sleep until after midnight now, so I can appreciate the extra time. I get a lot of work done in that time. I'm completely caught up. The depression is no longer an issue. 25 hours is a blessing for me. But apparently, it's not real, and I'm insane for thinking it is. What do you think, Doctor?
Oh, that seems slow. Okay. Was that all? Why did you? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to tell my patients that I think they're insane, so I don't think you sane.
I thought it would be too early to make a diagnosis. But it's good you're having a go anyway.
Let's see. Why can't I? Oh yeah, I can. There. There's still something about the extra hour I haven't asked about though. Let's see. I asked what do you do with the extra hour. I asked about the midnight hour. Oh. My Norwegian keyboard is creating an issue there. Let's see.
At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
What to ask, what to ask. Okay, let's try asking about the time freezes.
In the hour, people are pliable. They don't move. But I can move them. As soon as my hour is up, they start moving again, as if nothing has changed at all.
Okay, so that's something I can dig further in, but that is not the... That's not the thing. Could it be? Should follow this up. Definitely should follow this up. Okay, so I definitely should follow up the extra hour anymore, but what? Maybe if I do some of these other follow-ups, I can think of that one while I do it. Let's see. Press now. Cremation or burial. That was your answer to that.
I'm pro cremation. Not just because I don't have to dig a grave. They still need a hole for the interment of ashes. It's more dignified, like you're becoming one with the universe again. Rotting in a wooden box. Even if you turn completely into atoms, how would you escape? Even bits of the universe get lonely, I'd imagine.
Okay, so your proclamation, I don't think that. Let's just try lonely.
We're all alone to some extent, don't you think? I don't have any friends, so I suppose that makes me lonely. In the midnight hour, though, I have as many friends as I like. Do you have a favorite celebrity, Doctor? In the hour, I could take a picture of myself with them, like we're the best of friends.
Okay, yeah, because that doesn't sound creepy at all. I want to ask about those pictures, but how to formulate it? Do you have those pictures?
I've taken a lot of pictures. I have great shots of all the tourist sites. It's amazing what exposure you can use when moving cars are literally frozen still. Must be the sharp focus.
Fair enough, I guess that does help. Nothing more there. Time freezes is still a thing. Why is it hard to find people that can use a shovel? Let's ask
Henley
about
Church,
that.
where I work, is located on an old Norman motte and bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
Okay, I asked about the church, didn't I? Yeah, what can you tell me about the church? And I asked about what sort of relic. But the relic is still green, so maybe that's just a chain reaction. So this is green because this is green.
I stumbled across a relic myself. An ancient chess piece. A queen, I believe. The best chess piece. The most freedom of movement. But they took it away immediately and proclaimed the whole east side of Henley Church a protected site of archaeological importance, which means we're not allowed to use it until the archaeologists have finished. I wish I hadn't told anyone.
Let's see. So are the archaeologists? Oh. No. I think I have that spelled right.
Allegedly, Henley Church is located on an old Norman motte and bailey castle. I say allegedly because a relic was found and dated around that century, but the archaeologists haven't found any further proof as yet.
Okay, that didn't give me much news. Do you play chess? Since you know about how the queen moves, at least.
I like chess. I still play sometimes when I can find an opponent. There's nothing more satisfying than planning scores of moves in advance and then watching things unfold as you saw them. I shouldn't have told anyone about the queen.
Okay. Okay, yes, both of them disappeared. So if it's down there, it will go all the way. Scientologist, what was
I'm
that?
not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God. Not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think?
I mean, I answered.
Is that something I should know about?
I guess not. If I just try God question mark. No, haven't we talked about that already? Let's try that and see if it really
I'm not sure God would have given a man an extra hour a day. Not just a single man. My extra hour is a gift, but sometimes it's a curse.
Okay, we're getting into it. Why is it a curse?
I sound like I'm complaining, don't I? I'll stop now.
What? No! Don't stop now. Okay, then why are you
Originally,
here?
I was suffering with depression. Work was piling up. I kept missing deadlines. I wasn't used to all the failure. I got depressed.
Okay. We asked about the depression though. And we did ask about why did it work. And that was followed, but why didn't you like Dr. Dekker? So let's assume again that these are connected.
Dr. Dekker would say one thing and do another. He would push me to do things I didn't want to do. He was getting worse towards the end. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself.
What did Dr. Dekker push you to do?
I know you're asking questions to try and get a bearing, but I'd rather not talk about that now. Let's just enjoy the getting to know you phase before the ugliness kicks in.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. What else? What else? Well, since you guys missed the intro, let's say that the main thing you missed out on is that Dr. Dekker is indeed dead. So, do you know anything about Dr. Dekker's death?
That's meaningless to me.
Okay, fine, that's meaningless to you. You don't know anything. Let's see. What else? Time freezes is still a thing. Chess. Why do you like planning ahead?
I do like to be in control, but then I suppose most people do. Nobody wants life to carry them along helplessly. Everyone wants to kick against it and make their own way. Do you like to be in control, Doctor?
Yeah, sure.
If you like being in control, you'll have a tough time here. I saw it with Dr. Dekker. Such control, such stability. But he unraveled at the end.
How did he unravel? Oh no, he is probably not a good thing. We should probably use name. How did Dr. Dekker unravel?
He couldn't keep control of everything, of everyone. He just set us up like dominoes, but we all toppled in unexpected ways. You'll find it all out in time, Doctor. Just not today. Can't have your head exploding, can we?
gives me though that extra hour? What is it that I've
At
forgotten?
midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
What did I ask about that? What do you do with the extra hour? No, that seems pretty clear on that front. Completely stumped. I am completely stumped. Also on these things I am also stumped. Let's see. He was orange and orange meant I'll go back to people. Maybe I'll visit someone else for now and go back to him. I really can't think of anything that I haven't asked about in that sentence. Let's see. Let's just start again with hello, I guess.
My name is Claire Castleford, and as I'm paying a small fortune for these sessions, I'd expect you to be up to speed, Doctor.
Well, okay. Why are you here? Seems a good place to start.
Well, according to your predecessor, I'm a delusional psychotic with obsessive tendencies. Oh, and a history of violence. Sounds so cold when you put it like that, though, doesn't it?
About obsessive tendencies.
I'm obsessed with my husband. It's absurd, really.
Why is it absurd?
Because he is here. And he shouldn't be.
Why shouldn't he be here?
He's lucky to be alive. He almost died.
He almost died?
My husband is not a well man. We've been having problems for a while now.
What problems have you been having?
I should have divorced him. I wish I had. So much could have been avoided.
Let's see. What could have been avoided?
Our altercation. The downfall since.
What altercation?
I tried to hurt David once. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm not proud of my behavior, but I was very angry. It was a private matter, though. The police should never have been involved.
No. How did you try to hurt him?
I stabbed him with a steak knife. Shocking, isn't it?
Kinda. Why did you stab him?
It was a brief moment of temporary insanity. Or temporary clarity, I'm not really sure which. David had been having an affair with his assistant optician, Iris. How predictable. Not just the affair, but an optician named Iris.
Just gonna... There. That wasn't on. Let's see. How did you learn about Iris?
Iris was David's assistant optician. Not anymore. No, not like that. I didn't kill her or anything. It's just that I changed the optician into a florist after David died. Optometry was his dream, not mine.
What is your dream?
I don't know anything about that, Doctor.
You really should. But okay. Let's have a look here. How are we doing? Why did you stab him? What altercation? Couldn't avoid it. Having. He almost died. Okay. What? Even on hello?
My name is Claire Castleford, and as I'm paying a small fortune for these sessions, I'd expect you to be up to speed, Doctor.
Okay. Paying a small fortune was highlighted, so...
Being rich has its perks, but honestly, I would give it all up in a heartbeat if it could free me from this madness.
Okay, that removed hello. Good. Why are you here?
Well, according to your predecessor, I'm a delusional psychotic with obsessive tendencies. Oh, and a history of violence. Sounds so cold when you put it like that, though, doesn't it?
Okay, so I only asked about obsessive, how on earth do you spell delusions again? I just saw it. Delusions?
Delusions. As in seeing things that are not there. I'm not going to be any more specific. It's not true in any case. I'm not delusional.
Okay. So the other thing was history of violence.
To be fair, there was only one violent outburst. That hardly qualifies as a history of violence. And he provoked me.
Did that remove? Yes, that removed everything. He almost
My
died.
husband is not a well man. We've been having problems for a while now.
Okay, if I just ask, how is he not a well man?
His health, if you can call it that, has been deteriorating rapidly in the last few weeks. I can't cope with caring for him anymore.
How is his health? I'm just gonna say, for a non-native English speaker, this is gonna become a problem if we're gonna have to go into more deteriorated.
Since
Oh,
our
thank goodness it's listed.
altercation, he's become less and less active. His mind's become less and less active too. Such a delightful conversationalist at one time, now more of an enigmatic husk.
How do you care for?
David has trouble looking after himself. Sometimes I'll leave the lake house and he's just sitting in the rocking chair on the porch. And when I return the next evening, he's still there, just staring into the stars. He needs help, I know, but I can't hire anybody to care for him.
Why can't you hire? Can't you hire anyone?
David's not ready for company. I hope to take you to see him one day and you'll see for yourself.
Okay. Can you tell me more about the lighthouse?
David's staying at the lake house. It belonged to my parents, but I don't use it much anymore. I have the main house to myself.
Okay. What altercation is still orange?
I tried to hurt David once. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm not proud of my behavior, but I was very angry. It was a private matter, though. The police should never have been involved. I never used to get angry, ever. If you're angry, you're not in control. Isn't that right? And it would be very bad for me to lose control.
Why would it be bad for you to lose control?
Let's save that for another time, shall we? I'm rich, but I'm not made of money, and I'm fairly sure my time is up.
What? haven't even begun to ask about Dr. Dekker. Oh, okay, so all her orange is now done. Okay, so now it's only the green ones left. Okay. But she still asked red, where I see it says orange. Oh. So what am I missing? Maybe there's a question about Dr. Dekker. Maybe that will help if I start asking about it. Let's see. What can you tell me about Dr. Dekker?
The most shocking thing about Dr. Dekker's death is that he didn't bring it upon himself. But then I hadn't known him for a very long time. Perhaps I was wrong about him.
About him? Question mark?
I don't have an answer to that.
Oh. Well, at least she's now also orange. Is orange just that I can move on if I want to? Oh well, let's move on, and we'll return to the orange ones as we keep going. Hello, next patients.
I'm Elin. I'm 25 and I'm a nurse. God, I sound like I'm on one of those dating shows.
Dating shows?
I'm not really looking for love at the moment. I'm sort of married to my work, but in a good way.
Okay. What type of nurse are you?
I work in a nursing home for the elderly. I basically do end-of-life care.
End-of-life care?
The usual things. Making sure the patients are comfortable, making sure they're not in any pain, and I talk to them. I keep them company. Some of them get pretty frightened about what's coming. Well, those of them that aren't out of it on meds. I comfort them.
What are they frightened of?
I feel really bad I can't answer your questions. I like animals. Let's talk about that.
What? Okay, just for that, I'm gonna ask. You were the one who wanted me to ask you about this, so sure.
I love animals, especially cats. I think everyone is either a cat person or a dog person. What are you, Doctor?
I mean, I'm a dog person.
Dr. Dekker was a dog person. Maybe it's a therapist thing.
Do you have a cat?
I'm really bad at this, aren't I? Ask me something else.
Okay. Didn't think that would be a troublesome question. Let's go back here. Okay, it didn't even register that as a question, so that means that it was just me phrasing it wrongly. Strange that we ended up on animal line, but sure. Why are your patients guess I can understand why, but let's ask anyway.
Death is frightening, isn't it? Isn't it what everyone's afraid of? The great unknown. No one should have to face that alone.
It's still orange on hello, but there was also the meds thing. Why are some patients out of it on meds?
I don't like it when patients are heavily sedated, especially when there are alternatives, like herbal remedies. I mean, imagine if you only had a few days or weeks left to live. Would you want to spend it asleep?
No, I wouldn't like to sleep.
Exactly. I feel like it's almost criminal. Like you're robbing people of their last moments on Earth. You should be able to savor the experience, not sleep your way to death.
Okay, I feel like we're getting somewhere. So what herbal remedies are you talking about? Herbal remedies.
I'm a qualified herbalist. It's okay, you can laugh. Most people think herbalism is a joke. But I'd much rather help my patients sleep at night with valerian or passion flower than lorazepam, temazepam, or zolpidem.
Let's see. Can't herbs be dangerous?
Traditional medicine makes patients worse sometimes, don't you think? You must see it all the time, doctor. You take one pill, then have to take 5 other pills to deal with the side effects. Herbs are kinder. Obviously, you have to be careful, just like with everything. Giving the wrong combination can be deadly. Fortunately, I know what I'm doing.
Let's see. Are you scared of death?
No, death doesn't scare me. It's probably because I've been around it so much, but I haven't seen anything that's made me feel like it's something to fear. I don't think death is an end. I think it's a doorway to another place. I'm just not sure where. Where do you think we go when we die, Doctor?
Oh, no. I have no idea. I have no idea what to answer that question. Maybe we don't go anywhere?
Well, that's bleak, but I don't believe it.
Okay. Why do you no. What do you believe happens after? I guess we already talked about that, didn't we? You said you
No,
didn't.
sorry,
No.
I don't know.
no, you're... Okay, let's just get this one out of the way. What can you tell me about Dr. Dekker? And then I can start looking more into your other things afterwards.
I've known a lot of doctors over the years. Most of them arrogant idiots who think nurses are just there to do their bidding, or worse. Dr. Dekker was different. He had a lot of time for me. He was interested in my problems.
What are your problems? Because I don't feel like we have kind of touched that even. We talked a lot about other things, but what are you here for?
I started seeing Dr. Dekker a few months ago. I thought it would be nice to have someone I could talk to about work. It can get a bit stressful sometimes.
How is it stressful?
I don't know. I feel like I'm the weakest link or something.
Is work... You're the one who said it was stressful.
It can be sad sometimes. I don't like losing a patient.
So?
But that's the job. I don't get stressed about it or anything.
But you just said it was stressful. That's a clear contradiction.
It's not the job that stresses me. It's the people I work with, the other nurses. They're mean to me.
Okay. How are other nurses mean to you?
They call me the angel of death because so many patients have died on my shift. I don't think they mean it. Obviously, it's not my fault. It just seems to happen that way.
Okay. Let's just ask straight up.
They're old. People die when they're old. I mean, medically speaking, it's heart failure, or organ failure, or pneumonia. They're all natural causes, though.
Okay. How many patients have died on your shift?
3 last month. 3 the month before that, I think. But only 1 so far this month, so that's good. Although one of my patients, Hilda, I don't think she's got long.
Hilda?
She's one of the crotchety ones. Always swearing and spitting at me. Never got anything nice to say. Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep or something. She doesn't bother me, though.
Sure she doesn't. Let's see.
I've known a lot of doctors over the years. Most of them arrogant idiots who think nurses are just there to do their bidding, or worse. Dr. Dekker was different. He had a lot of time for me. He was interested in my problems.
Did you like Dr. Dekker? If so, you're the first person who really felt that way, it seems.
He was a bit offbeat, but yeah, I liked him. But then I like most people.
Okay, let's see. What's left? This one's left.
Exactly. I feel like it's almost criminal. Like you're robbing people of their last moments on Earth. You should be able to savor the experience, not sleep your way to death.
Savor the experience? Question mark?
I'm not saying anyone should be happy about dying. I've seen lots of people die, and it's a special moment. There's literally nothing else like it.
You seem happy about that. At least a lot more happy than most people.
No, I don't like it. I feel lucky to share that moment with them. To be there with them when it happens. You know what I mean?
Sure. Oh, I still have something on hello.
I'm Elin. I'm 25 and I'm a nurse. God, I sound like I'm on one of those dating shows.
But I have asked about the dating show and I have asked what type of nurse you are. What more is there to ask about? Oh, what's this? Elon asked me where I grew when did I have. So I think it's now say hello to Ellen for me and let her know that Terry called for her. Oh. Okay. Sure. Let's try that. Maybe we go to. I mean, it seems rather random, but sure.
I don't really know what that is. Something to do with Vikings, isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. You learn something new every day.
Okay, then, Yaya says hi. Oh.
I'm Elin.
No, I didn't mean that. Terry called for you.
Terry's one of the other nurses at the home. I don't think she likes me very much.
Okay, you're orange now. Let's move on then. Hello.
I'm Mariana. Are you feeling okay?
Just said hello, but okay. Also, repeat actor from previous game, so that's always neat. But you asked me a question, and yes, I'm feeling
That's what Dr. Dekker would say.
Who can you tell me about Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker was fine. He had good relationships with his patients, as far as I know. I'm not sure why anyone would want him dead.
Dekker? I wouldn't say that's the same thing as what can you tell me, but okay. Why are you here? Let's start with that.
I think you're supposed to tell me what's wrong with me. Isn't that how it works? The police keep picking me up for public nudity.
Okay then. Why have the police picked you up for public nudity?
I'm confused. Which bit should I answer first?
Why have you been picked up for public nudity?
I black out.
Okay.
And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach. Like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. The police are getting suspicious.
Do you often black out?
I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time. But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety originally. Then he worked it out.
What did he work out?
He eventually decided it wasn't anxiety, but I'm not going to tell you his final diagnosis. We should have a fresh start. I don't want you influenced by the prognosis.
No, I mean, fair point. So you don't think you suffer? Do you suffer from anxiety?
Dr. Dekker thought I had generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, because of the blackouts. He thought I was breathing badly. Do you think I'm breathing badly?
Your breathing seems normal.
You can check my breathing if you want. Do you want me to lie down? Can you tell just by looking at me? I'm not worried about it, just if you are.
How long can you hold your breath?
No, I don't know about that.
But you were the one who said you could hold your breath for a really long time. Maybe holding your breath causes blackout?
That's a bit confusing. One at a time, maybe?
Maybe holding your breath makes you black out instead of causing. At this point I feel like I'm just throwing words at this. Just trying to hoping for a better result, but maybe holding your breath makes you black out.
I'm not sure holding my breath too long is causing blackouts. I mean, it could, but I don't remember ever having a blackout when I'm holding my breath.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with it. So what are you doing before blackout?
I normally black out when I'm dancing. I like dancing. Do you like dancing?
I like dancing.
Cool. I dance to anything with a beat.
Where do you go dancing?
I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night.
I hate to say it, but maybe the alcohol causes your blackouts. Okay, no, we have not talked about that. We have not talked about that. I refuse to accept that answer.
I don't drink.
But didn't you just...
I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night.
Do you drink vodka? Huh. You don't drink, but you go to a place because of the cheap vodka. Okay, that I have questions, but I do not know how to formulate those questions. Maybe dancing causes your blackouts?
You think my dancing causes my blackouts? No, I know it's the last thing I remember, but I don't think it's that. Sometimes I remember more, but I'm tired now. Is that it for today?
Tell me about the beach that you wake up on.
There's more than one question there. Break it down for me.
Okay, tell me about the beach?
I work for myself. I make bracelets from things I find on the beach and sell them online. I spend a lot of time at the beach. It's just way more relaxing than anywhere else. You should come with me one day. I can show you all of the sights.
That would be highly unprofessional, I'm sure. Let's see.
He eventually decided it wasn't anxiety, but I'm not going to tell you his final diagnosis. We should have a fresh start. I don't want you influenced by the prognosis.
What prognosis? Is that how you spell prognosis? I mean, I just saw it. I really got to start remembering more of these things. Prognosis. Yeah, I think that's it. Are you looking for?
I want to stop having the blackouts. I want to stop waking up at the beach. I want to remember those entire evenings. Can you suggest anything that might help?
Oh, she already orange. Can someone watch you? Watch over you?
Will you do it for me? Will you watch me to see what happens?
Oh no. You need to find someone else.
Well, that's not very supportive, Doctor.
I have so many more questions there, but she's already orange, so let's move on to Nathan. And wait, did I ever check her notes? Okay, there's some more things here. Let's see, does she remember anything? Okay, do you sustain injuries during blackout?
No, nothing like that. I usually wake up on my side like I've been sleeping. Sometimes I'm partially covered by seaweed.
Stop going to the beach.
I love the beach. Until somebody tells me it's gonna kill me, I'll keep going. Have you ever been addicted to something, Doctor?
No, I haven't been addicted to anything.
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, fine. It's probably me spelling something wrong there. Can someone record you during blackout?
I film myself doing, lots of things. But it's not so easy to do when you're blacked out.
So many follow-up questions. But no, I said I will just get them to orange and then move on for now, and then start from the top and go back again. So, hello, Nathan.
I'm Nathan Peel. I'm a supermarket worker from, well, hell, really.
Let's see. What can you tell me about Dr. Dekker? Let's get that one out of the way first.
Dr. Dekker was a complex man. I spent a lot of time with him, but he won't remember it that way.
Why was Dr. Dekker complex?
I saw the conflict that Dr. Dekker was going through. Let's just say you might look back on your life and think there's nothing you would have done differently. No 2 days were alike for him in the end. Like he couldn't decide what to do with himself.
Why couldn't he decide what to do with himself?
He was like a kid in a sweet shop. He had so many options, he didn't know what to do. I suppose if you take too long picking, all your options run away.
Why Dr. Dekker remember it that way?
As far as Dr. Dekker was concerned, we had Monday, then moved on to Tuesday. But me, I had Monday 5, 10, 50 times before I got to Tuesday. watch that Bill Murray film, Groundhog Day, to see if there's any clues. To see if there's any clues. That's how bad it's gotten. I'm looking for a cure in a Hollywood movie. Can you help me, Doctor?
I want to try and help you. Try to help you. Must be better.
I don't know how, but thank you, Doctor. This is our first time around, and I trust you.
Okay. So, what's actually wrong with you? Like, how did this all?
It's like those montages you get in movies. Time passes, you wake up, shave, if you feel like it, shower, get dressed. What's the point? You get this day over and over. Nothing changes. Am I in purgatory, Doctor?
Why do you think it's purgatory?
Because I'm stuck between this day and the next. Most of the time, anyway.
Most of the time?
Sometimes it looks different. Sometimes the bird song will change, or the weather will be less bleak, or that person who nodded at you yesterday doesn't do it today. But it doesn't usually change. You need a tragic event for change, like a murder.
Like Dr. Dekker's murder?
Dr. Dekker's murder was sudden, brutal. It's terrible. The doctor. 2 weeks. 2 weeks I had of rolling days. No do-overs. No Monday. I wouldn't kill anyone, though. I'd have to keep doing it, wouldn't I? Few things seem to move me forward.
Okay, let's see.
Sometimes it looks different. Sometimes the bird song will change, or the weather will be less bleak, or that person who nodded at you yesterday doesn't do it today. But it doesn't usually change. You need a tragic event for change, like a murder.
Okay, just asking about tragic events then, I guess.
I didn't see the driver. It was my fault. I pulled out and the lorry just rammed me. Well, Hannah. She was sat next to me. I was in shock, obviously. And when I came to, she was so close to me. It was like she was trying to hug me. But it wasn't right. Not natural. Bits of metal pushing through her. That was 5 years ago.
Okay. Who is Hannah?
My fiancée. My childhood sweetheart. We met at secondary school. She was head girl. I was the quiet one. She liked computer games, so I instantly fell for her. I proposed in Goldshire. She said she didn't date elves, so I leveled up to a human necromancer and asked again. Sorry, it's Warcraft. We spent a lot of time on there.
Okay, if this game's gonna require me to remember anything from back when I briefly dipped my toe into Warcraft, I'm screwed. 5 years is a long time.
I was fine for quite a while after the accident. Well, being treated for depression. I thought I was cured. It was only recently after meeting Dr. Dekker that I had a strange deja vu. I'm exhausted. Doctor, is our time up?
No, it isn't. We still have to talk about this tragic event. Okay. Let's just ask about Warcraft right away. Let's get this over with.
We played World of Warcraft a lot together. I guess it's not the cool thing to do anymore. But we had a lot of memories there. To be honest, it reminds me a lot of life now. The same thing over and over again. Bring me X bunnies to make a stew. Y badger teeth. Rinse, repeat. Maybe I'm just grinding life.
Grinding life? Question mark?
I'm not really fit for work anymore. I work in produce at the local supermarket. That mainly involves lifting heavy crates of fruit and veg into place for people to buy, and doing that over and over again. My muscles don't seem to have grown much. I think that maybe I'm not aging. When the day resets, I just reset with it. I used to be a builder.
Why? No, not why. Not aging. Question mark.
I'm 57. Kidding. Just if you spent the whole day at the gym and then repeat that day and not go, you'd have achieved nothing. No, I can't move backwards any more than a day. I don't really seem to control it. It's generally always on. I have to try and change something to move forward. You asked me that yesterday. I didn't have an answer for you then either.
But you said it was our first time. I am now more confused, but okay. Are we still depressed?
I do suffer from depression, but it's not really surprising, is it? I used to get fatigue too, just overwhelming tiredness. I don't really get that anymore. I've just learned to accept that this is my life now.
Why did you change your job? Why did you stop being a builder?
I used to be a builder, contractor. I had to quit. It's hard watching a house get built, only to start all over again the next day. I needed something less obvious.
Okay. This is still orange though.
I didn't see the driver. It was my fault.
Oh, of course I didn't ask him.
And Laurie just rammed me. Well,
Hannah. I only asked
She was
about
sat next
Hannah.
to
I
me.
didn't ask about Laurie.
I was in shock, obviously. When I came to, she was so close to me. It was like she was trying to hug me.
Why was it your fault? No. Okay, 5 years is a long time, has nothing. Oh, how do you?
I didn't see the driver. It was my fault. I pulled out, and Laurie just...
Glory?
I've been shrunk for that already. If I had that day again, I wouldn't make the same mistake. Hannah would still be alive. We'd probably have a family by now. I haven't had any relationships since then.
Okay. Ah, and now he's as well. Okay, and then I can continue. So when they're orange, I can choose to either continue on to what I'm assuming is a new day, or I can keep on digging into them. I mean, do I keep digging and move on? Maybe I just stop at orange for now, and then, well, no, I don't think I can do that. I'm not sure if I can return afterwards. Let's see, searches made 146, responses found 120. Yeah, act progress is there. Overall progress is only on 15%. Oh dear. Yeah, maybe we just do act progress and not the overall progress, because otherwise I'll never finish within the time frame. But at the same time, I feel like I want more knowledge of some of these stories at the same time, but oh well. Can probably go back and do that later, hopefully. I really do hope I can. Oh, see, that doesn't make me certain I can. Oh, that doesn't make me sure I can at all. Okay, I had some questions here. Let's see.
I black out. And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach. Like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. The police are getting suspicious.
Why would anyone press charges?
I guess people see me and call the police. But someone will take offense eventually, and I'll be charged with indecent exposure.
That wasn't enough, though. It was also something more. But I asked about the beach. I asked about why someone would press charges. Where are your clothes after blackout?
I never find my clothes. I don't know why I'm naked.
Okay, that didn't help me as far as getting that dot away, but
I black out.
Yeah, I was about to black out.
And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach. Like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. The police are getting suspicious.
The police are
I'm a naturist or something. They picked me up 5 times in the last month.
5 times?
I don't know. I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time. But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety originally. Then he worked it out.
Makes no sense though. Okay, just for my own sake, I'm just gonna move on. I could keep going down this rabbit hole for far too long.
Doctor, glad I caught you. I thought you might want to hear what Ben had to say. Quick catch up?
Well?
I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for a while. He's still pretty shook up about finding the body. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often in the line of work he's in. Anyway, he said he found the body at exactly 20 minutes past 10. For some reason, the first thing he did was look at his watch. That's all he'd say before he'd shut down. The police weren't very talkative either.
Oh, I completely forgot to ask her about how she felt about it. Oh dear, I'm a horrible doctor.
I'm not sure Ben will become...
Okay, who is Ben?
Sorry, didn't you know? Ben's one of the night shift cleaners. I'm sure he's got some tales he could tell.
Okay.
I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for...
What body did Ben find?
Yes. Ben found Dr. Dekker's body on Valentine's night in his office. In your office.
Oh goody! I have the office of a dead doctor and he was found dead in this very office. Great! That makes me feel great.
I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for a while. He's still pretty shook up about finding the body. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often in the line of work he's in.
What line of work is Ben in? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. We already know he's a janitor. Tell me about Valentine's night.
Yes, you know, the 14th of February, the day of love. Or remembering a massacre, whichever's more you.
How well did you know Dr. Dekker?
I wouldn't say we were best friends, but we did spend a lot of time together. There's only 2 of us that work here. I'm sure we'll become friends too, Doctor. Just try not to get murdered.
Okay, what about the police?
The police wanted to know what I was doing Valentine's night, you know, when the body was found. I was at home, all on my lonesome. So I guess that makes me a suspect.
Who else is a suspect?
I think the police want you to make a short list of suspects, or maybe even find the killer. You're seeing all the patients that were on the books when he was killed. There was no forced entry, so they think it might be someone he knew, or someone who had access to the office. Yeah, like little old me. Do you think I'm a suspect, Doctor?
I mean, you just said it yourself. Yes, you are a suspect.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I suppose everyone's a suspect at the moment, even you. They did mention I needed grief counselling, though, and I said you'd sort me out. I know you didn't agree, but I thought I'd let you know. That's very kind of you.
Oh, that was it? But... you seem to know things.
I don't know exactly, but a stabbing of some kind. We'll be getting the autopsy through at some point. I'll let you know when.
We have a patient with a stabbing. Any clues?
I didn't see it myself, so I don't know. But I heard it was a bit of a mess with all the blood and everything. You know, they have people who clean up after such things, though, so you really can't tell, can you? But don't worry. That's a new chair.
New chair?
All I know is the police took his chair. Forensics, I suppose.
Okay, so he was stabbed in the chair I'm sitting... well, not the chair I'm sitting in, but in the chair that was standing there, and now it's a new chair. Yeah, this is fun. Why would anyone want to kill Dr. Dekker?
He was stabbed, so that's quite a personal thing to do. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the patients who had a problem with the treatment they were getting.
Why do you think it was patient?
I'd like to help, but I don't know anything about that.
You think a patient killed Dr. Dekker because of their treatment? Question mark? That's using as many of her own words as I can.
I'm just surmising. If you're unhappy enough to kill your therapist, they're probably not doing a very good job.
Did Dr. Dekker have any enemies?
I wasn't really in his social circle, so I don't know if he had any friends. In terms of enemies, I heard things get heated in his office sometimes, but I won't name any names.
Maybe you should mention names. Okay, maybe you should name it.
Susan, Annabelle, Melissa, there are some names. But they're not names of anyone I know.
Susan, Annabelle, Melissa. Susan, why was Dr. Dekker working at night? Why was Dr. Dekker at the office that night?
I don't know what Dr. Dekker was doing here, and my services weren't required that evening. He'd often stay late though, so it wasn't that unusual.
Okay, so we got her to green. Huh. Well, that's only one person, and I feel that was fairly quick and not too difficult to work out. And I feel like we kind of needed to know the situation behind Dr. Dekker there, so... Let's see. Dr. Dekker was killed on Valentine's Day. Should ask the patient where they were that day. Sure.
I'm having a loop day.
Oh, only Nathan. Only Nathan. What do you mean by loop day?
It's a do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again?
Yeah, is my assistant.
You didn't know that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah?
You met Hannah playing Warcraft.
No. No, we played that game together, but we didn't meet in it.
Oh no. That's right. You met Hannah at school because you were high school sweethearts.
Well done, Doctor. Yeah, we met at secondary. Wouldn't it be funny if my day loops if you fail to get a question right?
Yeah, sure. Yes, that would be funny. Sure.
I suppose it's funny for you. You won't remember. Anyway, I think I'll probably head home. This isn't helping.
Okay. Have a good day. I wanted to ask you other questions.
I'm having a loop day.
What do you mean by loop day?
It's a do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again?
Oh no, let's answer the question. She was spelling it like that. Yeah. Is her name?
I suppose you did remember that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah?
I remember. Can I just get away with that?
It's interesting. Almost like... No. It can't be possible.
What can't be possible?
Just, you're responding to something I said yesterday. Like, you can remember it. Are you having my loop days, Doctor?
Yes, I'm having your loop days.
No. Ask me about the pill.
What pill?
Dr. Dekker gave me this pill. He told me if I took it, I'd never have another loop day. It's got a small skull and crossbones on it. Should I take the tablet, Doctor?
Probably not, but oh dear. Will I accidentally kill my patient if I say yes? Don't take the pill. Oh. No, don't take the pill.
You're cool. I don't think this is getting us anywhere, though. I'll see you tomorrow. Again. I suppose you did remember that yesterday.
You met Hannah at secondary.
I'm not sure that's the answer.
Hannah at school.
Yeah, at secondary school. It's been fun, but I've got a pill.
Wait. Are we just stuck?
I suppose you did remember that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah?
I already... Wait, so if I want this... If I want this to end, do I have to, like, say yes, take the pill? I mean, I can just continue, so I guess that works.
I'm having a loot day.
What do you mean by loop?
It's a do-over day. You won't remember it. What's the name of your assistant again?
Her name.
Well done. Can you remember where I met Hannah?
You met Hannah at school.
Yeah, great. Is there anything you can say that's going to break this loop for me?
I'm living your days.
Something somewhere has changed since you arrived. Like some kind of sim theory.
Sim theory?
It's a thing. Some professor believes we could be living inside a computer simulation and someone is controlling us. And there are millions of these sims. And someone, somewhere behind a keyboard is just causing havoc. I'm starting to think you have that keyboard, Doctor. Wait, don't answer that. I don't want to know.
Okay. Tell me about the pill.
I never mentioned a pill this time, or a tablet. What the hell is going on here? Are you reliving my days?
I already told you I'm reliving your days. Am I stuck in a loop now? Yeah, we already talked about that. Oh, I can't just keep going.
At midnight each day.
On Valentine's night,
Time as you know it freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a grave digger, Doctor.
I was at home,
David is my husband.
all on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death.
When I'm dancing,
You get this day over and over.
Hilda.
I black out
I don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just...
naked on the beach.
Hannah.
Is that it for today?
Okay. Moving on to Act 2, I guess.
Ooh. Deja vu. Are you sitting in exactly the same place I left you last night? Oh, that's where it all starts, Doctor. Anyway, do you think you can fit me in today? Looking at the diary, it's just the usual suspects, and you must be getting sick of them already. I've got this for you, too. It's some more footage from Professor Alderby that was hiding away.
Okay.
Well, come find me if you need anything.
Okay, let's see if we can't get any closer. Okay, so 2 of them are still on orange and the rest is red. You I haven't even met before. No, you. Why did you new people on orange while the people I've already met are on red? Seems strange. Oh well, anyway. Let's start from the top. Feels weird to just not go through them at all, just because they're orange.
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then?
Did you know Dr. Dekker?
I didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered. Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they?
Who is Agnes?
She went missing, and still is. And that's what people think. But it's not the truth.
Where is Agnes? No. Let's see. What is the truth? Can I just get away with that?
It killed them. It looks normal enough. A smartly dressed, door-to-door saleswoman. I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her. No Jehovah's! They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing.
Sales woman?
I don't know. I didn't answer the door. Best not to nowadays. But I watched her go to Agnes's. Or Agnes. She let her right into her house.
Okay, let's see. What did I miss from hello?
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then?
I don't know about you.
Where to start? My next door neighbour in Jobson Hill, where I live, she was murdered. 80, and they diversion burgled her. But she was wise to it and started calling the police. They slit her throat with a bread knife. So I started a neighbourhood watch.
So many follow-up questions to that. No idea if any of them is relevant, but let's see your notes. Should ask Lacey about the neighborhood watch. Well, that was definitely on my list, so glad to see the notes confirming that. Neighborhood watch.
It was me and Agnes. Everyone else thought we were overreacting. They want their throats cut, that's up to them, living in their bubbles. But Agnes. Or Agnes.
What happened to Agnes?
I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like, I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face.
and Agnes just fell to the floor. A few minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes.
Okay, snakes for a face?
I saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do I need? You're starting to sound like Dr. Dekker. He didn't believe me either.
Let's see.
I didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered. Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they?
I guess I should answer if they have found Agnes, but I have no idea. Do you have proof that Agnes is dead? Okay, that I already apparently covered with that. Okay, let's just try. No, they didn't find Agnes.
They haven't found her because that thing ate her. Or made her disappear or something. Her useless husband managed to survive unscathed, though.
Okay, that's something new. Why is her husband useless?
Don't know much about him. Other than the fact that he looks at me like I'm 6 foot under every time we meet. He doesn't seem too bothered she's gone missing either. He did at first, when the police were crawling around. But now they've gone, that stopped. If I hadn't seen that thing eat her, I'd...
Do you suspect the husband?
No. He's a weaselly little man who spends far too much time in his garden. It's probably like the National Trust back there. The constant digging and building, pruning and sawing.
Let's see. Digging in the garden? Question mark?
What a thing to say! Why would you say that? I kept watching the front door after that saleswoman had left and nothing. She didn't leave, and you can't get out the back since the council sold the garage block. Ron's a gardener, not a killer. Unless...
What? Okay, I feel like I skipped a question somewhere in the middle there that I was supposed to take. She mentioned digging and stuff in the garden, so... Okay, let's see. What in that sentence did
What a thing to say! Why would you say that? I kept watching the front door after that saleswoman had left and nothing. She didn't leave, and you can't get out the back since the council sold the garage block. Ron's a gardener, not a killer. Unless...
Less what?
Agnes said Ron was laying the foundations for a new greenhouse. You don't think...
Agnes is in the Foundation?
I need to call the police. I need to call them now. But they won't listen to me. I tried to tell them about the monster, but they didn't believe me. They won't believe me about this, I promise you. Please, could you call them, Doctor?
I'm pretty sure I can't. No, I won't call the police. I'm not allowed to say what you tell them what you told me anyway.
I'll get someone else to do it. I suppose I shouldn't really expect any help from you.
I have
Dr.
legal
Dekker used to call me the
boundaries.
leech lady.
Leech lady? Okay, I can see Dr. Dekker didn't matter about keeping it professional.
He said that I leech thoughts from people. Suck them right out of their heads. And I can put thoughts in there too. I'm not that clever though, am I, Doctor? I mean, it's not as if I was having an affair with Ron and Agnes was in the way and needed to disappear. So I made this story up. I mean, what do you think I do for a living anyway?
I'm so confused. Do I have any notes to help me? What do you do for a living?
I'm not really sure about that.
Okay, that's not it. Okay, if this is correct, then
Doctor, you're so good. We're going to get on just fine.
okay then. Okay. Let's start asking about where she was. Where were you? What were you? Oh, well, what were you doing? I guess is better than where you were. Valentine's night.
I was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight. For us less fortunates without a love in their life. Well, now. Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, I've not heard anything about that.
Sure.
Keep them safe. You never know who's going to come knocking on your door.
You totally killed Agnes. Oh, and you went to green. Okay. I guess we will do some to green when they start on orange. Because I don't like skipping an entire story. The question is though, will I need to find myself a notebook? Because such information that on Valentine's Day she was at the church where the gravedigger works, I feel that might be important, and since these things tend to disappear after I go to a new stage, I might want to write some things down. So excuse me while I try to find a notebook. the microphone, which will hopefully still be fine. So let's see. Lacey was at Henley Church on Valentine. Probably killed her neighbor. I feel pretty certain that she probably killed her neighbor. Okay, let's move on to Jasmine, I guess.
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker was murdered.
Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
I mean, I do, but should I be telling you? Oh, apparently I should tell he was stabbed. Okay. Dr. Dekker was stabbed.
Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
I didn't say that he was killed on Valentine's Day.
We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All, so I had to work. Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy, takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce though. Providence is open 24 hours.
Could you please repeat that? I don't think I got everything.
We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All, so I had to work. Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy, takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce though. Providence is open 24 hours.
Okay, so talk to him until night shift started at 11. I feel like my first question here is who works night shift?
I really don't know. Sorry.
Okay, how am I formulating that question wrong? Let's see. Who's working? How did I formulate it? Who works the night shift? No, I feel like that's pretty clear. Okay, let's go back to that later, but first tell me about Bryce.
There's not much to tell. I knew he was a patient here. I'd seen him in the waiting room a couple of times. He likes art and talking and looking down here instead of up here.
Oh dear. That's not very nice of you, Bryce. That's not very nice of you at all. Why are you here?
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting,
what happens when there is a person in the painting?
they watch me, normally disapprovingly.
Disapprovingly?
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art, because I'm too young.
Do you appreciate art?
Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art.
It could be.
I love
different,
paintings.
but fine.
Like I said, they move for me.
How do they move?
When I want them to, normally. When I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, I can't stop.
Rich paintings. Can't you stop?
I've been working on portraits, at home, outside work. But my paintings aren't so good. Nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian. You know, after Dorian Gray.
I mean, I know the story, but specify.
I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous. And it started talking to me.
What did Dorian say?
That I'm ugly. That I have no talent. Nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor?
Of course that isn't true.
I hear it so many times in that wretched painting. It's in my head. But thank you.
Let's see. Okay, to ask her about how she feels about Dekker. How did you feel about Dr. Dekker?
He was shy. And then less so. When I told him about my problem, he told me to set fire to it.
Set fire to what?
Yeah, he could have been more specific. I tried to set fire to Providence. At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to set fire to the entire art gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges. The police did arrest me, though.
Okay, but why didn't your boss press charges? Because that seems like a pretty clear cut of pressing charges.
My boss, Petra, she's just lovely like that. Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. You'd do anything for her.
Okay. What has Petra asked you to do?
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It was nothing to do with Petra.
That makes me believe that it was Petra. To set fire to providence. Okay. That apparently was set fire to what? Insurance money? Question mark?
No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
I feel like it's relevant. Did Dorian burn in the fire?
I already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them.
What tablets?
The temazepam, the sleeping tablets. The ones you gave me last time.
I didn't give you any.
I don't really have anything to say about that.
Oh, did I spell it wrong? I spelled it wrong, didn't I? I didn't give you anything. That's probably too vague. I didn't give you any tablets. No. I didn't give you anything last time?
Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this?
Do you have a lack of self-confidence?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. And the prescription, please?
Okay, I felt we had more to talk about the whole fire starting thing, but I guess not. Did the painting with Dorian get destroyed in the fire? I mean, I asked about that. I didn't see that it was blinking. Oh well. That is two, and then we're on to our usual crowd, which are very much red. Let's see if we can at least get them down to orange. Hello again, Bryce.
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me. I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Out of control?
Not something I know about.
How are you getting out of control? Wait. Control is only one L. Down it.
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move. Because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
I mean, going to a fairground sounds like an excellent spending of my 3 hours. Sure. I could use a break.
Ha! That was just an example, Doctor. I'm sure you can come up with more exciting things to do than that.
I mean, I still think that sounds like a nice thing to do, but sure, maybe I'd help people?
I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture.
Oh no. What picture did you take?
I took a picture after undressing her. I put her clothes back on before time resumed. To be honest, there wasn't much to take off and put on. Do you know what kind of girls walk around at midnight, Doctor?
Well, I feel we need to have some clear conversation about how much a woman was wearing or when she's out walking has nothing to do with it, but oh well. Okay. If I can suggest stolen, spied on anyone, I mean, he clearly has spied on the people, but what did you do after removing her clothes? Come on, please tell me you did nothing worse.
I don't have anything to say to that.
Okay, that's not it. Who was the woman?
I have no idea what you want me to say.
Okay, but if I want more information, maybe I say, maybe I'd spy on people, because that's clearly what you're doing, so...
Well, that makes me feel a little better. There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me. Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like naked.
Oh dear.
So 1 hour, I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and...
Oh, what is it with these British FMV games if we're going down these sort of routes? What did you do with Jessica?
I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, that is very much wrong, Bryce. That is very much wrong.
I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault.
Okay, wait a second. It's Dr. Dekker? Why is it Dr. Dekker's fault?
Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed.
How did he change?
He was easily distracted during the sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice...
What advice did he give you?
He told me to use my imagination, to make something up. to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it.
Wait, okay, so according to him now, Dr. Dekker is the reason of the midnight hour? That makes no sense, but okay. What were you up to, Dr. Dekker? What were you up to? For now though, where were you when he was killed? On Valentine's Day.
I spent most of Valentine's Day at the art gallery. Well, the evening part, anyway. They had a display with the theme Love Conquers All. I didn't get most of the paintings, but they were well done.
Okay, so he confirms that he was there most of the night. Let's see. What else can I ask you? What else can I ask you? Okay, so there's still something there, because you still have orange stars between. How are you getting out of control?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
Okay, so that's still there. So we have... Oh wait, there was one thing more. Steal something. Maybe I would steal something.
Yes, I would steal too. And I have stolen. I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere. But I've stolen bigger things.
What else have you stolen? Oh, I guess that's not specific enough. What bigger things have you stolen?
From stealing milk, I moved on to petrol. From petrol, well, all those supermarkets have all kinds of electricals, so I've stolen quite a lot of that. I'm not proud. I think I've been doing it because I can, to prove to myself either way, my extra hour is actually real.
Is it still orange? No, now it's green. But he isn't green, he's still red. Tell me more about Dr. Dekker. Let's see if that works.
I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is?
Okay, that definitely unlocked a few things. Was Dr. Dekker's coffin empty?
No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine.
Why there be a decoy?
I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else, or cremated. Somebody somewhere didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor?
Oh, you're a pro-cremation, so let's go with that to build trust. I think I would prefer to be cremated as well. Oh, I haven't really thought about it.
That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me.
Why are you still red though? Why are you still red? There's nothing there, so it is something else. Something I haven't discovered yet. Let's see. I mean, you said something was there, so what was in the coffin?
I'm a bit of a professional at this grave filling business, Doctor. I know a decoy coffin when I handle one.
Okay, Let's see, did it change? Dr. Dekker was distracted. What was Dr. Dekker distracted by?
Therapists are supposed to help you. For whatever reason, Dr. Dekker had given up the desire to cure my mind, and instead wanted to make me more unstable.
How did he want to make you more unstable? Oh, damn it. Let's see. What have I even taken pictures of Jessica? Dr. Dekker, reason for midnight hour. Art gallery most of the night. Live on his own. Sure. Live on your own? Question mark.
I live on my own. Occasionally I visit my father. He's in sheltered housing. Dementia.
That doesn't help me at all. Let's see. I mean, I guess I can ask in reference to the previous one. Have they found any more relics?
Sorry, Doctor, I dozed off there.
Okay, guess not. Have you seen Anything strange?
Nope. I've got nothing.
Why didn't you stop seeing Dr. Dekker?
Because you have to hope, don't you, Doctor? It's only the power of hindsight that made me realize how toxic it all was. And after a point, you go too far to be able to come back anyway.
There's nothing there, but you're still red. Why are you still red? Why are you still red? Okay.
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move. Because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
Okay, besides the thing that the game prompted me to, what else could I potentially do? What could I get out of him? I mean, this might be a shot in the dark, but you have confessed to having done everything else that I say. So, if you did kill Dr. Dekker, you would probably tell.
I don't think you would, Doctor. I don't think I would either.
Oh, that's comforting. You have a line. You will take pictures of naked women without their consent. You will steal. You will do a lot of things, but you will not kill, apparently. That's good. That's good. How about have you ever destroyed something?
Yes, I suppose I've destroyed a few things whilst in the hour. You can be the perfect supervillain. Nobody knows it was you.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next person and then we can return to Bryce afterwards, because I honestly, I can't think of anything more to ask him and he's still red. Maybe one of the others will give me some sort of clue as to what might be the issue. Oh well, hello Claire. Have you killed any more people yet? Well, sorry, you didn't kill, you just stabbed.
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died.
Okay, so you went to the lake house where they died. What did you do at the lake house?
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick.
Did you speak to the girl?
I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children, but she seemed different, special. I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I, Doctor?
I mean, yeah. Talking to her ain't gonna... I hope. I hope this doesn't go wrong.
Good. It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human. So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor.
If it makes your health feel more human and not stab your husband again, then I guess yes, but I'm also still concerned.
Then I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there.
Now, why was the girl sad?
David had been hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house.
How is David?
David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing.
I asked how, but okay. What skins did the girl see?
Animal skins. David hunts, then skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging off them. I'm sure he'll get better with practice.
These notes of mine are gonna look absolutely insane by the time I'm done, aren't they? Let's see. How did your parents die?
They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died too.
Okay. What were you doing at Valentine's Day, though?
The day Dr. Dekker was killed, I had a session with him in the morning at my usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him.
Yeah, that tells me nothing of what we were doing at the night time, though.
I don't know anything about that. Perhaps you should be taking more notes.
Oh, Dr. Dekker, in your last session.
Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse.
Okay.
I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though.
Oh no.
As the tea.
Oh no. Oh, okay, at least she's orange. But I want to ask you one more question, though, because you admit to seeing him on the day that he died. How did Dr. Dekker seem on Valentine's Day?
Dr. Dekker was more animated that day. Excited even. He talked a lot.
Okay. We might come back to you, Claire. We might just come back to you.
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
Okay, so that's two things. Accused of stealing.
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died.
Hi, Orlov. Yeah, I will definitely not be letting anyone see these notes. They will, they will not make much sense. This is definitely not a notebook that's gonna be leaving the house, so it should be fine. If anyone looks into this, it's gonna be questionable why they weren't looking in it, so. Let's see. How is Hilda? Oh, creepy picture taking guy. I didn't, not so much give up as I don't know how to get the last, whatever it is, the last things I need to get him to go orange. So I'm just going through to the other ones and then returning back to him. While keeping him in the back of my mind, because I can't figure out what the last thing I need is. Well, not the last. There could be several things for all I know. Probably it's a chain of events that I, for some reason, have missed.
Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
See her before it's too late? Don't you work with her? Why can't you see Hilda? Oh no, apparently that is there. Let's see. Notes. Only because of stealing. Said it started with the locket. What else has patient given her? Okay. What else have patients given you?
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really.
So you provide your patients with different herbal remedies and then they give you things. Yes, no, I can possibly see why the staff is slightly concerned about this situation. Also, please specify, what do you mean by trinkets?
Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me. What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I mean, if that's the rules, then yes, it's wrong.
Really? I don't see the harm. Alice wanted me to have it. You and Terry and all the other nurses just don't understand.
I mean, no, but just because she wants you to have it doesn't mean that it's right. So let's see, what was it with Hilda? Hilda's still orange.
Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
Okay. Why do you need to see Hilda?
To help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way.
What is Hilda's unfinished business? That's not how it is spelled. Seems right.
Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
What talent?
I can change my skin. What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them. It's how I help them move on. That's how I comfort them.
Yeah, sure, that's not disturbing at all. That's not disturbing at all. At all. No. Does that comfort them? Because if that were me, I would be freaked out.
I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone.
That was very much answering my question. Let's try rephrasing that. How does that comfort them? No, apparently that is good enough. Wow. Okay. That's perfectly normal. Have I asked you today about Valentine's Day? No, I haven't. Let's swap the subject completely and go on to Valentine's Day.
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to.
I mean, okay, so she can change her skin, but so far she is not the worst patient we have as far as creepiness factor. Which is saying a lot. It's definitely saying a lot about our patient list. Let's see. Tell me about your date.
No, that's not a question for me.
That is very much a question for me, but who was your date with? Can you tell me that?
His name is Max.
Okay.
He's really sweet, but I don't see a future between us. He's not really my type.
can you tell me about Max?
I've known Max a couple of years, but this is the first time we've been on a date. I don't think he's boyfriend material.
Ooh. Got an achievement. Hooray! Let's see. Let's see. In our last session, you said you weren't looking for love, so let's confront you with that.
I didn't lie. I'm really not interested in dating anyone. I just went out with Max as a favour, for a friend. Like I said, it wasn't anything serious.
Okay. But what were you doing on Valentine's Day is still orange, so clearly there's something more.
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date. Different to what I'm used to.
Okay, that's the thing. Different to what I'm used to. Different from what you're used to, question mark.
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab and I went home, alone.
Okay. Yeah, that was an achievement. I am unsure what that achievement was for. But if I remember correctly, this game is mostly gives achievement for the amount of question you ask and the responses that you get. So it's probably connected to that. It counts like how many questions have you asked, and I think I looked up that the highest question is a couple of thousands of questions, and it's also that you play for one single game for so many hours. I mean, the date wasn't bad. At least it didn't, there was no stabbing involved, no changing into anyone's skin. It sounded perfectly normal, which makes me hesitant.
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab and I went home, alone.
Okay, a cab, question mark?
I think it was about 11 when I left Max.
Okay, 11.
I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to. If you think I need an alibi.
I mean, I'm saying it won't hurt for you to have an alibi. It won't hurt. Let's see. Now that isn't... Now I have nothing on you either, but there is a thing here. Maybe I should check Ellen's alibi with the taxi company. Can I do that? How can I? I guess I have to wait until the next time I talk to her because I can't see anything here that would give me... Okay, that's just another question. What more could I ask you? You're still red as well. You're still red. Oh, I haven't asked her about Dr. Dekker this turn. That is probably something. What more can you tell me about Dr. Dekker?
Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
3. Okay, so you had your at 3. Oh, and that turned you orange. Is that really all I'm missing with Noah? Because I asked him. What can you tell me about?
Yes, I had a.
Oh no, that wasn't you. Oh, the fact that these things aren't sorted about the patients is not the best UI solution, I will admit. Let's see. Dr. Dekker. Dr. Kevin's coffin. I mean, we talked a lot about Dr. Dekker, but we didn't ask. Did you see Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day? I guess not. Guess that was hoping too much if that was the one thing I was missing. Oh well. Onward to the next.
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts, new doctor, and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker.
Damn it, Dr. Dekker, how unprofessional were you? How am I better behaved?
Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
No, it is not good behavior. Now I can't even spell. Here. I mean, it could be that the game needs to preserve the questions in chronological order, but I would have liked to be able to sort it by patients so that when I jump between people, I don't have to scroll all the way to the end. You'd think they have a sorting function somehow, that you can sort on names. What was I typing? Oh! Which patients did Dr. Dekker date?
Just ask me one thing, Doctor.
That was one question. Did he date? Is it too far? Too long?
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them.
Scarlett. Older woman. Let's see. see. Can you tell me more about Scarlet?
It's Scarlet with 2 T's. Pretentious.
Okay, you didn't like her much. Okay, but that took care of how am I better behaved, so that's no longer a thing. What can you tell me about Dr. Dekker? Do you have more dirt on him?
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask.
Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I had water. I don't drink.
Okay, so you still don't drink, so at least there's that. What do I have in my notes? Oh, that was just previous one. Drinks. Let's see. Isn't drinks a date?
Dr. Dekker did date his patients. Not me, I'd never agree. A drink is not a date.
How many times did you go out with Dr. Dekker?
We only went out for drinks that one time.
Okay, on that one time. Okay, so one time. There's definitely something more with those drinks.
Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I had water. I don't drink.
Okay, let's just go with don't drink ? And hope that it doesn't require a full sentence.
I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong.
I don't know how we got to that conversation from just asking don't drink, but okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's see. What were you doing on Valentine's Day?
I didn't do anything on Valentine's Day. I washed my hair and then I walked along the beach for the whole night. It's actually true. I saw one of your patients actually. The nurse. She was on the pier with someone. Pretty much all of the night too, so I can vouch for her even though she probably didn't see me.
Wait a moment. different. Oh yeah, no, that's him's right. They had a walk. They had a walk along the pier, didn't they? So that's probably Max that she's seen. Okay, that seems somewhat confirmed at least. But this is still orange.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
How are you? Oh, how do you? No. Let's try that.
I know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it? I feel pretty ugly. But I think I have a nice smile.
I mean, you're not ugly.
Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. It makes me feel dull by comparison.
Okay, I'm probably gonna regret this. Oh yeah, the shush thing, we're just gonna ignore that. I am gonna probably regret asking, but what beautiful thing have you seen? Is this where this story is gonna go real weird?
I have a recurring dream where I find something beautiful in the sea. But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Well, just let me know.
Sure, you just try to jump scare me during my patient calls. By all means. I mean, she's orange, but let's just quickly double check. That still is orange.
I have a recurring dream where I find something beautiful in the sea. But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Okay, so the keyword is here is intimate secrets.
Wouldn't you like to know? Is our session up now?
There, that feels more like it's actually closed. There we go. Yeah. Let's see. We can try to get her into to mark her down as a Cthulhu cultist, but okay. I really want to keep asking her questions, but I also need to finish the game. I can now see why some people actually do end up spending a lot of hours here trying to get everything green. because like with her I feel like we are going to end up down the Cthulhu thing probably. I want to know more, but let's move on to Nathan and then we can always go back anyway. Okay, what have you been up to, Nathan?
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
Okay. Well, you are progressing through doing that, so maybe you just need to, you know, deal with loss. But why did you burn the clothes? Let's just address that.
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. Just the clothes. I've decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor?
I like fall, but I also like winter. Is there anything in your backstory that I should take in consideration when giving my answer? Let's try winter. Sure.
If you like winter, you're supposed to be hard-working and analytical. I suppose that increases my chances of you curing my problem. I don't think winter was Hannah's favourite season. Not colourful enough.
Okay. Let's see. There is nothing here to progress though. Why are you even here today?
I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It's the anniversary of her death. Her parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. It does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph.
I like winter. I like that fact that it's dark in the morning and dark in the evening. I mean, sure, right in the height of winter can be a bit much when it's hardly any sunlight except for when I'm at work, but it's a cozy season. Let's see.
I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day.
Okay, so let's just ask about Henley Church then.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was on me. That was completely on me. There, now it actually says church.
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
I mean, maybe I should. Now, please tell me more about this supposed octopus-like creature. What? Cephalopod? Is that how you spell it? If that's not how you spell it, I am gonna have to Google.
It's a sea creature, like an octopus. I suppose they find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place wasn't at the bottom of an ocean.
Yeah, no. Is this gonna turn into a proper... It's all about the cephalopod.
On Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
That is the thing with this game. When you first start it, it seems very, very straight up, and then you go down so many different rabbit holes. But I'm hoping to manage to keep my my character sane. Because apparently you can go too far down the rabbit hole and get insanity points somehow. Which I can definitely see how that would happen. What was it called again? Did I write it down? Yeah.
We walk alone without our angel. Okay. Probably a silly question, but... I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
I mean, I don't think anyone has taken pictures with anyone dead. Just frozen. Very much alive. Just temporarily frozen in time. And yes, I guess he is slowly becoming the most sane person of our patients. And that is a bit of sad. Wow. Let's see. And now I missed his answer on Are You Lonely?
I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
Oh, do I think you should look for someone else? No. Look when you're ready.
Thanks, Doctor. I appreciate that. I still don't think I'm ready to move forward in that respect.
Yes.
I'm not religious. But when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me. She was an angel to everyone.
The woman that that Rice took pictures of, yes, she was very much alive. He has the midnight hour where time freezes for everyone else, but he can still move around. So basically, what he did was go into his neighbor's apartment during the midnight hour when she was standing in her bedroom, frozen, stripped her, took photos of her, put her clothes back on and left, and she would never none the wiser of the fact that her creepy neighbor had been in her apartment taking nude photos of her. So yeah, he's a creep, but at least he didn't hurt her more than taking those creepy photos, so he's still the most sane on our list, but not very sane. He wins in creep factor. He definitely wins in creep factor. But he said he won't kill, so you know that's good. Hopefully. What else was this with Henley Church?
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
It's a confusing time. What did Dr. Dekker tell you? I mean, did he tell you to do something?
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me. That's even a thing.
Okay, he cursed you?
Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor?
What advice do you need?
I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. Setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
Okay, no, in hindsight, technically, this guy is the most sane. He has his loop days, but we have had the loop days with him, so we know we know that that's true. So he's just dealing with grief and hasn't really done anything, so technically this guy is still our best patient. I mean, out of those two options, the chair is irreplaceable. You have the photo somewhere else, so burn the photos.
Photographs it is then. I'll let you know how it goes.
Still something about Henley's church. Okay, if I specify, because I asked what you did on Valentine's Day, but what were you doing at the time? Because you could have seen that several times. You could have gone back and relived it.
Yeah, I did get a call from him. He was rambling on about something to do with hypnosis. My mind literally switched off. It must have been good though, because that was one of those nights when I slept through to the next day.
Okay, that's it. Everyone but Bryce is now orange. And well, our assistant, but that's another matter entirely. But Bryce, what on earth am I supposed to ask you? I have no hints on what to ask you. Unless I type hint, which I don't want to do. Okay, what did you do with Jessica? I can dig deeper into that, but let's go back to how are you getting out of control?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move. Because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen?
Okay, that was that.
Go to a fairground?
Let's see, I tried stealing something, I tried killing someone, I tried spying on someone, help someone. What else? What else could I potentially put into there? What else could I potentially have done? Maybe play a trick on someone? Will that give me anything?
Moving things around and hiding things was amusing at first, when everyone was frozen. Some people would faint when things appeared from mid-air. Others would cry. Others just thought that it was there all the time and that their mind was playing tricks on them. It got boring fast, though.
Okay, and that's when you moved on to taking pictures of people. Yeah. But that did remove that one, so I guess I have depleted his responses.
I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, that is... And I said it was wrong. What did you do with the photos?
I can't delete them. I don't know why. I haven't shown them to anyone else. Do you want to see them, Doctor?
No, I don't want to see your creepy pictures.
No, of course you don't. It's just me. I'm the sick one.
Oh, I probably should have said yes just to build some bond with you and make you tell me other stuff, but no, I don't wanna. I do not wanna go down that lane. Okay, he works at the cemetery. He knows about decoys, people being buried. Okay, let's try, have you seen anybody come back from the dead? Sure, this will probably get me some insanity points.
When you work in a graveyard, you see a lot of strange things. I'm not sure if they're real, or whether I think they're real, or which is worse.
Okay.
You're laughing at me, aren't you? I said I wasn't sure if they were real.
I'm not laughing at you. I genuinely want to know what things you've seen. What could it be? Taking out a timepiece. I don't know anything about. I mean, pretty much. We believe him with the superpower to freeze time for a midnight hour. Well, not, but he gets an extra hour compared to everyone else. And why would we doubt that he sees strange things? That seems the most common thing at this point. And why do you keep looking over there? Is that just how they filmed it? Is this game getting to me? Is this game actually getting to me? But you have very, very wandering eyes. If he says yes to this, then I might, then I might feel a bit awkward. Oh well, no. Let's type it out. Can you see? Because you keep glancing away and behind me on the sides, and if you say yes, then this game is going in a completely different direction, and I'm not sure I'm ready for it.
Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly
No,
a patient
no,
who died here.
No.
I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything.
No. Okay, but how, except from just watching that animation over and over again, because I don't know what to ask you, how am I supposed to know that? Nothing in his dialogue demanded that he see dead people, but of course he does. Bryce sees dead people. Okay. Why am I even surprised? Oh. Okay. Hello, assistant. We had things. Well, behind me in real life is a dog napping, so I like to think he would notify me if anything sneaks up behind me. He better. Okay. Let's move on with our assistant. Assistant can't be this crazy, right?
Thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it though.
She's gotta be normal. There's nothing involving either Cthulhu or ghosts or murdering and seeing little girls by the lake or whatever. Oh dear. About grief.
I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him.
Okay, we can do. What was Dr. Dekker like?
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
Oh, in that case, I'm only gonna ask you about my regulars. The other ones are green, I do not care.
I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. You know, sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. You know, he's not the first person that's done that, but still, you know, it feels worse coming from him.
I mean, you should feel worse because it's coming from him, because apparently he has the ability to just figure that out at midnight. I mean, he does have some anger issues, but that was mostly because Dr. Dekker.
Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, sure, that's... But I haven't gotten the thing that she's shaken for something. If anything, she's given quite the opposite impression. Are we seeing the same people?
Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here.
Lovely person, the person who can change their skin to comfort the dead and potentially as an angel of death. Yeah, lovely.
Mariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like. I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
Of Tom? Who's Tom?
Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby.
What strange hobby did Tom have?
Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute. Can you guess what happened?
Okay, I was about to say that base jumping isn't that much of a weird hobby, but when we started turning into he believed he could fly, then yeah, I can see why we took that turn. But base jumping, you're sure, that was normal.
It's very interesting that you asked me that. Not something I can answer though.
How did I phrase that? Did I ask did he die or did I ask did Tom die? Yeah, no, I asked did he die, didn't I? Did Tom die?
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye.
Who would like to say good?
I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it?
Let's see.
I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it?
He resigned.
Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. No, it's sad. But doctors come and go and only poor Jaya remains. I've got his resignation letter somewhere. You know, I do all the hiring and firing around here. Well, Professor Alderby and the Trust technically do that.
Professor Alderby. Who's that?
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
Trustee? How do you spell that? Trustee, that way, I think.
I think I'm going to get into trouble now. Have you ever heard of secret shoppers? Well, Professor Alderby posed as a patient to test Dr. Dekker. It's just a thing that he does. I'm sure he'll come and visit you at some stage, so please play along.
Excuse me. What? Why did he test Dr. Dekker? What kind of office is this?
Test is the wrong word. More like gently guide. Professor Alderby had a lot of good advice to offer the young psychiatrists. He really helps them focus on where the problems are.
Also, why would you get in trouble?
This practice is owned by a trust. They make all the money and leave me to make all the decisions, which generally means making lots of money. I headhunted Dr. Dekker. And you?
What?
I've recruited the last 5 doctors since I've been here. Now I've got a flair for recognizing the extraordinary. Both you and Dr. Dekker were extraordinary.
5 doctors? What happened to the other 3 before us? What happened to the other doctors?
I think you might be barking up the wrong tree there.
Oh well, that's a part-timer achievement, so I guess I have asked even more questions now. How are we extraordinary though?
Both Cambridge graduates, both top of the class, both pliable, obedient slaves to my every whim. Yeah, that last one's more of a hope than a must-have attribute.
Okay then, sure, I am so tempted to just straight up ask her about weird things. But, like, what would happen if we were to just ask her about what she knows about Cthulhu? Because, now we are working for a trust and being headhunted, and at least 2 of our patients are talking about octopus or octopus-like creatures. I don't have a good feeling. Oh wait, I haven't even looked at this. All the footage.
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder god, Cthulhu. However you address him.
Okay.
Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood. God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic becomes, well, more ordered. Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent. So he needs to instill chaos again. And do you know how he does this? No. And yes, but you're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists, doctors, nurses. Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sanity. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos. It's not the same. It's just a means to an end. They're not all cultists, unfortunately. Once you see the truth, it's hard not to spread chaos yourself, to cause further insanity and half your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality? Definitely. But in doing so, I would be promoting more chaos. On the basis the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time. as by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next. Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room, and we will float. 3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened. Where's your glass, Doctor?
Okay, maybe I should have checked that footage before I started asking all the questions. So, Alderby, huh? Well, I wanted to ask this question, and now I feel I can. Let's see, let's get the spelling right.
So you watched the tapes, huh? Gold star for you.
That is not an answer! No. What happened to Dr. Dekker's glass in all... How did it spell? Alderby. Oh no, it didn't. Alderby's footage.
It's smashed.
It's smashed. I mean, at this point, I think there's no hope. Apparently, we are working to hinder the Elder God's return, so we're already into this too deep, far too deep. Believe. About chaos.
Nobody likes chaos, Doctor. We're supposed to be restoring order, don't you think?
What do you think about Alderby stance on gods?
Everyone has to believe in something, don't they, Doctor?
I'm out of questions. I feel there's something I've forgotten. Oh yeah, right, we're being sued by Ben. That's what I've completely forgotten. The most absurd normal thing to happen is us being sued because someone had an awful experience at work. Let's focus on that instead of going down this rabbit hole. Tell me about Ben.
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him?
Try and talk it out.
Good choice. I'll go and see Ben to see if I can get him to call off the dogs. I have no idea what's gotten into him. Perhaps it's his mum.
What Ben's mum.
She was cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25.
I mean, he's threatening to do so, but... And you're still red. Not even orange, but red. Do I have anything I can... There, what the Dekker said is still...
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't.
Okay, so late nights is a thing here. Late nights?
Sorry, doctor. I don't know.
Okay, you'd require a whole sentence for that. Why did you work late with Dr. Dekker?
We'd work late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order.
What patterns was Dr. Dekker trying to find?
Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters.
Let's see. No, there wasn't anything further there, was there? There is still one on what Dr. Dekker was like, but that is she's still red. She's still red. What else? What else? Let's see. Okay, let's ask about... Oh yeah, no. There was... I didn't see it. I thought there wasn't a star behind that to ask for the referral letters, but in that case it makes sense that I'm not done.
Yes. Letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. You know, I find those referral letters... He was sure there was a pattern in them.
Okay, so there gotta be a pattern. Gotta be a pattern. Let's see. Let me just double check my notes real quick. Or something I was supposed to do. Oh, alibi. Alibi. That was what I was supposed to ask about. Can you check Elaine's alibi with the cab firm?
One step ahead of you, boss. Elin was picked up from the pier just after 11 p.m. There is no way she could have got from there to here in an hour.
Okay. Okay. I honestly believe that nothing is impossible right now, so let's see. Was there something else? What patient Dr. Dekker see on Valentine's Day?
Good God, Doctor, it's like you're trying to confuse me. Can you break it down?
Who had a session on Valentine's Day?
On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
Okay, there. Everyone is now orange. Did Nathan call? I should ask Nathan. Oh yeah. Everything is possible now. If that guy were able to fly, then yeah, wouldn't even doubt it for a second. Okay, but we still can go back to Nathan. Did Dr. Dekker call you on Valentine's Day? I think you already said that, so yeah, what did Dr. Dekker tell you? Okay. That's the same question. We just got information at the wrong out of space there. Okay. Well, I made a decision to just clear them on yellow and not clear everything on green due to time. But boy, it's quite a rabbit hole on a couple of these people. It is definitely a lot. But let's move on. Yeah, let's just move on.
David Hunt's
I can change my skin.
then skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date.
We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did phone
On Valentine's Day.
and ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep them?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't
He
I?
was preoccupied with finding
Photographs,
patterns.
rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force? Nah, it's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know, I'm so glad you're here.
Okay, before doing anything else, I'm gonna check this evidence because I completely forgot to check the other evidence that we also got. So let's see. Dekker's resignation letter. To whom it may concern, please accept this letter of notice of my intention to resign from my position. 11th of February and just a D for Dr. Dekker. So he resigned. 10th of February. So that is 3 days before he dies. Let's see. Oh, I've forgotten to turn that thing off. I was meaning to turn that thing off and I have completely forgotten it. Let's see. Claire's arrest report. Statement Christian Webb police officer. To the best of my knowledge, this statement is true. I understand I may be prosecuted if I stated anything I know to be untrue. At 40 hours on Tuesday, 8th of November, myself and PC 9725 Holt responded to a call received from a neighbor of the Bauer House, Western Park Avenue, concerning a reported disturbance. We arrived at the address and knocked on the front door, but there was no reply. We then examined the rear of the property and gained entry through insecure patio doors. We entered the property through this door and announced myself by shouting police, but did not hear any response. We searched the premise. Upon entering the dining room, I saw a female seated next to a man who was lying on the ground. The man did not appear to be conscious. Both persons were drenched in blood, and there was a sustainable amount of blood on the carpet, walls, and furniture. I noted what appeared to be a steak knife on the floor, which was also covered in blood. At this point, I asked the woman to put her hands on her head, which she did. PC Holt secured the female while I checked the man for signs of life, but found none. I asked the woman her name, and she identified herself to me as Claire Castleford. I asked if she knew the dead man, and she said he was her husband, David Castleford. I asked what happened, and she said she had killed him. Following a search by PC Holt, which revealed no other person present at the house, I said to Castleford at 20:52 hours, "You are under arrest on the suspicion of murder." I then cautioned her and placed her in the back of the police car to transport to Western Park Police Station, where I revealed the circumstances of the arrest to who authorized her. Can these go down? Am I able to? No. It's just the top bit there, apparently. Really? I can't. There's no scrolling down, no nothing. Nope. Okay. I really feel like these should be able to see more of these. Crime scene report summary. 14. Title doctor. We don't even get his first name here. Victim was located in his office, seated in a chair behind a desk, soaked in blood with an obvious chest wound. Paper spike disc accessory protruding from the approximate region of the victim's heart. Estimating from liver temperature measurement to between 8:30 to 10:30 p.m. Okay. Okay, so he died between 8:30 to 10:30. Was discovered at 10:20. Okay. Cause of death, exsanguination that would have occurred within minutes. Okay, let's see. The arrested person is Claire killed David. I've underlined some things to ask her about. I wonder if Bryce buried David. What happened to Ben? Ask patient about the paper spike. Too much to do today. Oh, you have a good night, though, even though it's morning, Olav, and wish you. I mean, for you, is it then? If it's night now, I'm assuming it's Monday already. Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep going for at least until 2 today. So the VOD should be a couple of hours longer. But have a good sleep. Professor Warwick. Let's see, who is Professor Warwick? Who this? Who is this?
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker?
Wait. Is this the same actor? Is this the same actor as Ryan? Oh, it's Sunday now. Okay. Well, then you still have some weekend left until the new week starts. That definitely looks like. I gotta check that out if that's the same actor though. Let's see. It is. Oh, that's the same one. That is Ryan Rand. Still drinking from his whiskey glass. That makes me happy. I love when the same actors occur in different ones. Let's see. Should probably pay better attention to what you actually said, though.
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker has been murdered.
Is he really? Actually dead? So we're the adversary after all, then?
I'm sorry? Excuse me? You're a weird one. You're definitely a weird one. Dr. Dekker was your... Sorry?
Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories.
Wow. What? There is...
Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment.
Do go on.
Have you heard of quantum suicide, Doctor?
Quantum suicide? No. I haven't heard of... that's not how you say it, but this is quantum... Wow. This just keeps going down a rabbit hole.
Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different.
Okay. I think I'm following. What did you apply the logic to? Would that be a good thing? Sure. Good morning, lizard. I mean, yes, you missed a lot. A lot has been uncovered in the hours that I've already been playing. It's been a ride. We started with a very ordinary game about being a psychiatrist and treating our patients. And sure, some of them seem to have some quirks, but all in all, nothing out of the ordinary. And by now, we have concluded that the most normal patient that we have is a guy who keeps having loop days over and over again. That's the most normal situation that we're in, and we might be working for a trustee that is either for the rise of the elder gods or against it. Still trying to figure that one out. It's been an interesting morning.
Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at a roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability, but then I changed a parameter.
What did you change?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, so that's not a good enough sentence. Okay, why gambling?
Why not gambling? My wife Vanessa left me for a neurosurgeon. She emptied our entire combined wealth into her barrister's wallet. I needed more money.
Mm-hmm.
Physics provided me with a solution.
Tell me about your wife. You seem to be harboring some anger and resentment there.
We were married for 14 years, 7 months and 3 days.
Okay.
Vanessa couldn't have children. At least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I needed. Part of me always thought one day I'd achieve immortality through science. It wasn't to be, though.
Okay, so that's still glowing, so I still need to figure out what I'm missing.
Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at a roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability, but then I changed a parameter.
I did ask what did you change? I didn't specify. What parameter did you change?
Quantum suicide required a loss of life to make it a realistic thought experiment. So I simply upped the stakes. Now, every time I bet on odd, I would place everything I had on that one spin of the wheel, and it worked. For a while.
Okay, that sounds like not a good solution, but okay. Everything. Oh, do I want to continue down the loop with the wife first or the gambling? Let's start with
We were married for
wife.
14 years, 7 months, and 3 days. Vanessa couldn't have children. At least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I needed. Part of me always thought that one day I'd achieve immortality through science. It wasn't to be, though.
Okay. I'm not sure how to phrase that, so I'm just gonna go with children question mark and hope that that's enough.
Well, yes, it bothered me. Especially now that I find out that she's pregnant. Oh, no, it wasn't a rocket scientist that was required, but a brain surgeon, it seems. I have considered putting that neurosurgeon into his darkest timeline. But I'm not a killer. It would seem.
Okay, wife now pregnant with some other man. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt, but you're not really one of my suspects, so I doubt it's gonna be relevant, but let's still keep that note there in case we ever meet you again. Well, let's see, parameters. You changed it so that you bet everything. And then it worked for a while. Why did it stop working?
Dr. Dekker killed it, and I can't get it back.
Dr. Dekker killed it. How did he kill it?
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
Okay, so Dr. Dyson killed it with hangman. What did you call it? Hangman's...
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
Hangman's paradox. Okay, I'll ask about that first and then delve into the riches, but please explain what you mean.
Well, imagine a judge sentences you to death. Now, it will be Monday or Tuesday next week, but it will be a surprise. Well, which day do you think you'll be executed?
Okay, it will be a surprise, but it's Monday or Tuesday, I would expect. I would expect to be executed on Monday.
Well, Monday does seem likely, yes. Because if you're still alive on Monday at midnight, then Tuesday won't be a surprise. But if you're sure that it's Monday, then that won't be a surprise either, will it? Dekker tricked me.
I have to give you drew me in when in your previous role in another game, and now you're doing it again. Okay, how did Dr. Dekker trick you?
He told me that sometime in the future I would lose a bet, that I would lose all of my money. Now, this didn't seem likely because I had quantum gambling on my side and it was working. But he unnerved me. He made me doubt myself. And then it happened.
Mm.
Recently, I lost everything that I'd managed to build up since Vanessa left me.
Okay, I see. So because you then doubt, then you're no longer certain, and okay, it falls apart. However, why would Dr. Dekker hate you getting rich? I mean, and powerful was the thing.
Honestly? Well, I think he feared quantum physics. He didn't like things being explained in terms of science. Almost as if he'd have preferred chaos.
Oh no. That makes sense with the Cthulhu thing. So Dr. Dekker started off working against it and then apparently got on board with chaos. Okay. Okay, were there anything else here? No, nothing there. Why are you here, though?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware as to why you're here. That is not promising. There's nothing here that's glowing. Nothing with stars. Do I have any clues that I could use? Not really. I mean, sure, you're already orange, so I don't really have to continue down this route, but I would like to figure out something more. Oh yeah, of course. I didn't think of you as a suspect because I keep believing that it's one of our primary patients, but what were you doing on Valentine's Day?
I was at a fundraiser for a charity called Mind Stretch Outreach. Don't know how I got roped into that, I can't remember. But it was full of very clever children with bizarre outlooks on life. And Jaya. It was Jaya who asked me to go.
What? How did he work it down? Mind Outreach? I would be delighted without this notebook by now.
It's full of poor kids with very capable minds. I did give them a talk on quantum tunneling once, and they loved it. Not sure it'll put dinner on the table for any of them, though.
Okay, that's at least something. Quantum tunneling. Did he already cover that? Quantum suicide, Hangman's paradox, just basic quantum physics. I don't think we have heard about quantum tunneling, so let's ask about that. Quantum tunneling?
Oh, you're gonna have to Google that, Doctor, I'm afraid. I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I'd love to tell you, but I am paying you by the hour.
Yeah, I still haven't figured
Maybe
out
look
why
up
you're
Shirley
here.
Cat whilst you're there.
I still don't know why you're here. Oh no. No. You don't want to talk about yourself. Okay. How well do you know Jaya?
Oh, she's Dr. Dekker's lovely assistant. I imagine she's your lovely assistant now. Yeah, she always smiles and makes me a cup of tea before a session. Smile. Which reminds me, my session. Can we talk about my problem now?
Okay, finally you're ready to talk about your problem. Yes. What is your problem?
I'm not a gambler, Doctor. I'm a scientist. I need more money. It's true I've run out of money for my research.
Mm-hmm.
An opportunity has arisen.
Are you going to ask me to borrow your money?
I don't really know what you're getting at.
Opportunity. How did... Can I see... Oh, it's... I wrote it with an E. What up? Opportunity. That I think is correct. What opportunity?
A very wealthy group of individuals have offered to pay me a very large sum of money if I attend their next private soiree. They don't want to talk or anything like that. They want a practical demonstration.
What sort of practical?
They'll pay me £1 million if I can successfully survive 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Now, I am worried because of what Dr. Dekker said, but, well, I can't help but thinking that the stakes are so high I can't possibly lose. What do you think, Doctor? Should I take them up on their offer?
No! No, you should not! You should not take that offer! I cannot, as a doctor, advise my patient to play Russian roulette with their own life 6 times for $1 million. No!
No, I suppose you're right. In a darker timeline, you probably said yes, and I'm dead now. I earn good money where I work. How do I stop losing it?
How about you stop gambling? Oh, babbling. Gambling.
I take your point. But I suppose to decide whether to continue gambling or to stop gambling is a gamble within itself, isn't it? Well, my time is up. Will we be having another session or... No, don't answer that. It'll turn you into a gambler like me. Infectious. Isn't it?
What? And he disappeared. None of my other people have ever disappeared. They have stayed until I ended that act. Why did he disappear? Why did he disappear? I even forgot to write down his full name. Oh no. Okay, we're just gonna call him Dr. Ryan. That's gonna make me help remember who he was as a person, if nothing else. And then I can correct the name to the name he has in this game afterwards, if he ever returns. But after taking that sidebar with quantum physics, let's get back to our regular patients. Okay, Bryce, how are you today? How many more women have you taken pictures of while they are unconscious and have not given you consent to do so?
Hello, Doctor. I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad person. I know taking naked photographs is wrong, but you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like. Do you have an extra hour, Doctor?
Yes, I do. Let's see what that causes.
You're playing games with me, Doctor. I was going to tell you what I know about the murder weapon, but now, well, now you just have to go without.
Oh, don't be like that. Tell me about the murder weapon.
I overheard your assistant earlier. I know about that paper spike. It was sharp. What I really wanted to tell you was, there's someone else in my hour. A hooded figure, watching me and following me. I followed it too.
Hooded figure in his hour. Okay. That's new. That's new. Where did you follow it to?
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like it's testing me.
Oh dear. Okay. Who is the hooded figure?
I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you'd got it too. Now I think maybe it's the military or some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead. I need to talk to you about him.
Okay, but I have so many questions here now at the same time. But sure, we can focus on Dr. Dekker. What more can you tell me about Dr. Dekker?
I spied on Dr. Dekker not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw in his basement.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh dear. Do I want to know? I mean, yeah. What was in Dr. Dekker's basement?
Don't know.
Oh, come on, you just said it. Or was it me spelling it wrong again? Yeah, there's no sign of a question there, so it was me spelling it wrong. What did you see in the basement? That's how you spell basement. Maybe I might spell something else.
I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
A girl changed in the basement of Dr. Dekker. Yes, okay. This is not getting weirder. This is definitely not getting weirder. What did you do with the chained girl?
I removed the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her. I'm not evil. I destroyed evil.
I mean, at least you did something good, Bryce. You might be a creep, but you did something good. If they took the girl to a police station, then we should be able to find someone that, and I could probably ask my assistants about that later. Okay. So many questions. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Tell me about the paper spike.
Dr. Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand.
Okay. Our predecessor is turning more and more disturbing. Let's see. Which one's the last? Where did you follow it to?
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like, it's...
Okay. Tell me about the bar brawl. Let's go through these.
I split the brawl up.
Okay, you do good there. Tell me about the open till.
I did nothing. I'm not stealing anymore.
Okay, now tell me about the open window.
I looked in.
Of course you did.
Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Okay, that's good. I'd say that's a clear improvement on your part. Let's see. The hooded figure. What were you saying about that again? Oh yeah, military. Why do you think
I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour, get whatever you want, and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me if they get me?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
Too badly phrased. Yes. Let's just go with yes.
Would you tell Jessica I love her? She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it.
Just destroy hard drive. Okay. There was something. Yes. Bryce buried David. Did you bury David? What was the last name again? Castleford. Did you bury David Castleford?
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly.
Okay. Let's see. How are we doing with that? No, he's still red. But there is a follow-up question in there somewhere.
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly.
Okay, but there's nothing in there that's slightly obscure though. Let me double check that I'm actually spelling her name right. Yeah. Did Claire ask you to do something to the body?
No. Sorry.
Like, no, sorry, she didn't, or no, sorry, I didn't phrase that question. Let's see. Did Claire ask you to do something to the body? Okay, so that was a qualified question. Okay, in that case, where are we gonna continue this investigation? We can look more into Dr. Dekker and the basement. We can look into Jessica, which he's still hung up on. Also, why was Jessica talked about in past tense? But she's still alive because we were supposed to tell her something. So I hope she's still alive. And there's also the Claire case with David. Let's see. Okay, let's begin with Jessica. Have you seen Jessica again?
I don't know what you're getting at.
Am I missing something? How is your job going?
I put my hand through a rusty nail at work today. It hurt like hell and bled like I'd been shot. I closed my eyes and thought, this isn't happening. The nail is just a worm and it will wriggle through me. When I looked back, can you guess what I saw?
What did you see when you did I spell
When
Jessica?
I looked back at my hand, it was healed. Look, see?
How did you heal your hand?
My hand had healed. The nail had become a worm and was wriggling in my palm. It was like a little miracle, like magic.
Do you believe in magic?
I shouldn't really say miracle or magic. They're words that Dr. Dekker used when he tried to get you to think things and make them real. But do you think it's real, Doctor? That magic is real?
Let's go with no. We are trying to keep the Elder Gods down here, so we don't want to encourage chaos. We want control and science. No, magic isn't real.
Then so it isn't. I envy you, Doctor. I wish I could be so sure.
Let's see. Okay, let's go back to Dr. Dekker. Are you sure, Dr. Dekker? No, I can't ask if are you sure that Dr. Dekker had a girl in the basement. I mean, it was chained in his own basement. That how more sure can you be? Did you spy on Dr. Dekker again? That's a better question.
I didn't need an extra hour to realize Dr. Dekker was strange.
Okay. Why do you think that Dr. Dekker has risen from the dead?
Sometimes a grave I've dug becomes undug. People blame it on grave robbers. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the grave was undug from the inside out, not the outside in. Only a gravedigger would know.
Okay, I have a question and I'm not sure I want the answer to it, but I feel I have to ask.
I never spied on you at midnight. But if you start acting strangely, maybe I will.
So creepy. So creepy. Okay, but there's something more about that, but let's just continue on to the next one and we can return to Bryce. Why is it always Bryce I end up returning to? He's the one that I can never figure out in the beginning and everyone else is just perfectly okay. Okay, Claire, you are currently suspected for killing your husband. I feel like this might not be a very solid question, but how are you today?
I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside.
Claire, I know you murdered your husband. The report said you... No. No. Because you wouldn't understand anything about that. Have you seen your report? No. Your arrest report. That was what it was called, wasn't it? Yes. Arrest report. Let's be as specific as possible.
It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away.
Excellent. Then I can ask, the report says that you were arrested for murder.
That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
Okay. I really shouldn't let this game surprise me anymore. I really shouldn't. But I legit did not think that the woman whose before our biggest problem was dealing with her anger because she had stabbed her husband and was seeing little girls running around in lakes by the lake, that her husband was actually dead and she's the only one that believes him to be alive. That I didn't see coming. That's new. Let's see. Arrested for murder. Claims he's alive. Oh. Where to even begin with that? Where to even begin? Okay, why did you have a funeral if he wasn't dead? Oh. Norwegian keyboards.
He's buried at Henley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
I have asked him. He said the coffin was very heavy. Okay, let's see.
He's buried at Henley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
Yes, I will ask him, but for now I'm
That's what it says.
still on you.
I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
Okay. Did you intend to fatally wound him?
David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So I fixed him.
And people can definitely fall out of love. That is definitely a thing that happens on a quite a regular basis. You don't go stabbing them with knives. Okay, let's begin with how did you fix him?
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life. Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection.
Dr. Dekker, what did you do?
Sorry, I don't know.
Was that because I had it spelled wrong or because it's not a question? No, that seems okay. Oh, resurrective is double R, isn't it? Oh, resurrect David.
Yes, resurrection.
There we go.
But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead.
Okay. So now we have necromancy, or claims of necromancy. What can I help you with today?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that.
What problems do you have?
Think, Doctor, think. Use your brain. Or your notes if you have to.
I am trying to. Okay, fine. Resurrect David.
Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it.
Okay.
I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead.
No, the game is perfectly fine of bullying me. Automod do not have the powers to stop it. It's sad. Let's see. What was the result of the resurrection?
I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal. So I have a problem.
Okay, now I can probably ask you, what is your problem?
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you'd be able to help me.
How can I help you?
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder, to lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer, but I can't prove otherwise. You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
I mean, how do you tell a patient that yes, you very much believe that she still is a killer when she's asking you for a favor without ending up being the next target? So, I guess, no, I don't believe you're a killer. But I totally do.
Thank you, Doctor. So then you'll help me. You'll say I was temporarily insane.
I will not. I don't believe you're a killer, but I won't lie.
I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. Let's have a few more sessions before you seal our fates. Or is it that you want something else? Like Dr. Dekker did.
Wait, what? What did Dr. Dekker want?
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my alleged ability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
What girl?
That's not relevant here.
It is very relevant here. I just need to figure out how to phrase that. What girl did Dr. Dekker mention? To specify that that is the girl we're talking about.
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real. But he was offering me what I wanted, a temporary insanity diagnosis.
Okay, so Iris was chained up in Dr. Dekker's basement. So Iris is the one that's then rescued by Brian. And Iris was also the woman who Claire was being left for by her husband. Okay, okay, this is, this is going weird.
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my legibility. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
How did Dr. Dekker change his mind?
Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like. Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Oh, sure, yes, Oh, shouldn't I? Is that gonna be bad? Is it gonna be bad to see David? What was this name? Says the girl and Dr. Desmond was Iris. Yeah, that's old news. Yes, I would like to see David. I need to know if he's actually dead or not, if I'm gonna treat you so.
Very well. In our next session.
Okay, meeting David. Oh, this game. Oh, this game.
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real. But he was offering me what I wanted, a temporary insanity diagnosis.
Okay, let's just go with Iris question mark, because I'm not quite sure where the game wants me to take that.
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped, and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
I mean, we might have proof. That was a pallbearer. Oh! Oh, don't tell me I have to just write pallbearer just to get it confirmed that it is Bryce, even though we already know. No, not Bryce, but yeah.
Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a gravedigger, I believe.
Okay, so that was all that was needed for that, was that I needed her to confirm that it was Bryce, even though I already knew it was Bryce. How do you know Bryce?
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people.
I should tell Bryce that Claire says he'd been smuggling bodies. I probably should. Let's see. Do you know? Oh no, we already know that he knows Claire because I already talked about Claire. Let's see. Claire says that. How did the game put this? That you've been smuggling bodies.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off.
Okay. Okay. Bryce is keeping steady on that. However, there's also the girl in the basement story. Claire says it was a woman named Iris, not Isis, in the basement.
The girl who was chained in the basement. Her name is Iris. How do you know that? Not that it means anything. She wouldn't remember me anyway. Time was frozen.
Or should I even be telling him this? This feels like a breach in patient confidentiality and everything, but oh well.
I had no idea there was a connection between those two. Wow. Behind closed doors, eh?
Okay, it didn't give me anything though. Husband is in the ground. I like to imagine that I'm just now jumping between two different rooms going, he said, you said, to these two patients. Says, you're in the ground.
Well, that's what he would say, isn't it?
What do you mean? What is it more that you want of me? There is nothing orange, but you're still red. So what am I missing? What am I missing? Okay, let's just go down this
Dr.
way.
Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house.
Okay, that one I've done. What am I missing here? missing. Okay, I guess I'm gonna move over to the next one and then maybe she will say something and it will all end up being horribly connected. Oh, and it's already 12:46. Whew. I am definitely gonna have to do this in a two separate, break it into 2 separate runs. There's no way I'm gonna be able to finish this in time. Let's see. How are you today?
I'm fine. Work's fine. Hilda's fading fast. Terry. Oh, you'd be pleased to know I don't have the locket anymore. I gave it back. All of it. Every single keepsake.
Oh, that's nice. You listen to me. Let's see. So Hilda is still fading fast. But Terry is still an issue. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's begin with not this. Just asking about the spike. Do you know anything about the paper spike?
It's true then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. It's weird that whoever did it would choose the paper spike.
Why is that weird?
Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. At this bit here, between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood, being a nurse and all that, but actually, there wasn't any.
Okay. Why wasn't there any blood? Do I need to specify? No, I think that should be fine.
I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
I mean, this confirms what Bryce said about the paper spike. Oh wait! Oh wait, did we forget to ask Claire about the paper spike? Is that it?
A paper spike isn't
That was
something
it.
to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might work. Or through his eye, or perhaps through the ear into his brain. Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor?
Yay, that was it. This is
I
still...
was a bit freaked out.
Hello?
At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
Okay. The spike was real. The spike was real. I guess the follow-up question to that is how? Do you know the spike is real?
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try. It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't.
Okay. That means we have asked her about the paper spike. Tested it. So Dr. Dekker use it. Just so I don't forget that later. Who actually said that they have tested that paper spike and who hasn't tested it. Claire didn't mention that Dr. Dekker had done anything with it, just that it would be a suitable thing. Okay, let's move on to Hilda.
Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday.
Why did Hilda scratch you? Scratch. No. There, scratch.
It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight. She hasn't got much time left.
Oh, this doesn't sound like a good idea, though. Do what tonight?
You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better?
So we can either accuse you for planning to kill Hilda tonight, or we can ask, are you gonna swap skins tonight? So let's try to keep this reasonable. Oh, okay, how is this the reasonable answer? Asking if you're gonna change your skin. Are you going to pretend to be Hilda's daughter? Yeah.
That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes. Are you thinking of them? Can you picture them? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I don't think it's gonna work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not gonna die anytime soon.
I have so many questions.
try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them. I always do the Disney version. The best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than the reality.
Why shift if they know it's not the truth?
Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
Oh, this is a harder one. The other ones have been very clear and been fairly easy to say, yes, you've been wrong. Is it wrong to let a dying person have peace, even if it's fake, and they probably know it's fake, by pretending to be their loved one, saying things that the loved one might not never mean? I wasn't planning on taking an ethics course today. I mean, in the end, it's sad that their loved ones aren't there when they die, but pretending that they are for just a minute isn't gonna really help. It's better to just be there for them as who you are, so I'm gonna go with yes.
So you're saying I should let Hilda die without seeing her daughter one last time?
I mean, she could still see her daughter. That doesn't mean you're not gonna let her die alone.
Good, because I really feel this is something I have to do. Like it's my calling or something.
No, I still mean you shouldn't shift, but I just meant like get her daughter on the phone or something if she doesn't have the ability to come. I didn't mean... Okay, last thing though. Why did you return the... how do you spell that? Straight up, I think, locket.
You told me to. Well, not in so many words, but you said I shouldn't have kept them. And what with Terry going around telling everyone I stole them, I didn't feel like I really had any choice. The locket, the watch, the ring. But I kept the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me. I wasn't supposed to mention her.
Excuse me? Who is Sarah Dekker?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
Dr. Dekker's mother. Died. Left her bird. Why didn't you want me knowing about didn't you want me knowing about Sarah Dekker? It's not a thing. Is it bad phrasing? Why didn't you want me to know about Sarah Dekker?
It just makes things complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead, and now he's dead. I'm sure you're gonna have a field day with it.
Did you know that Sarah Dekker was his mother? Or do I have to say Dr. Dekker's mother, probably?
That's the reason I came to see him. I knew she was dying, but he refused to talk to me unless I booked a session, so I did. And well, here we are.
Okay, so that's why you're here. Because of all my patients, you were the one who at least seemed like they, you know, felt like they had a reason to be here. Why didn't Dr. Dekker want to talk? Was it to his mother or about his mother? About his mother. Probably.
I told Dr. Dekker that his mum was dying, that he should see her before it's too late. But he wasn't interested. It wasn't like he hated her. It was just like it wasn't important. He asked me to take care of it for him. He did send his assistant along to see her once. Sorry, your assistant.
Take care of it?
It was about the second, third session we had. He said he could tell that I was a good person, that I wanted to help people, and that I should think really hard about how I could do that. That's how I discovered shifting.
Yeah, Dr. Dekker was definitely working on behalf of the elder gods, wanting to create chaos. Was it Dr. Dekker's idea that you would shift?
All Dr. Dekker did was encourage me to think. But the shifting, that's all me. And my mum's a psychic, and my sister's an empath, but I was just ordinary. I always felt like I wasn't special, like I was missing out. But I wasn't. I just hadn't discovered what I could do yet. Sarah Dekker was one of the first ones I tried shifting for.
Okay, has she turned, by the way? No, she's still red. Let's see, can I find any clues as to why she's still red? There, it's in How Are You Today? How are you today? What's more? Oh, Terry. I haven't asked about Terry. How is Terry?
Terry seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I think I'm just gonna do these two and then call it quits because I am really hungry. I have now been live for almost 6 hours and I did not have time for breakfast before I started today. So I'm starting to feel the hunger. But let's check in with our primary Cthulhu person. Marianne, how are you today?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day.
Let's see, do you know anything about the paper spike?
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money.
Okay, so to you it's just that. It's nothing more. Also checks?
I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry.
Do you have money problems?
I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
No, that is not how it is for everyone. Do you do you have many bills to pay?
Try again?
Okay, fine, that's not a thing. You were worried about rent, but I guess I don't get to dig any deeper into if you have other bills. Okay, let's just stick with that last one then. Goes to a lot of people buy drinks and restaurants. Do you go often to bars and restaurants?
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget.
Let's see. Let's hear that one again.
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long.
Don't like crowds.
I guess I'm a fidget.
Don't like crowds. Visit night clubs if you don't like crowds.
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention.
Why slink?
Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me wherever I go. It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that.
Why do
follow me. Wherever I go.
Okay.
Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
What happens to the people that follow you? Oh. Apparently that goes in why they follow. Oh, notes. Want me to guess where people follow her? What happens after? Oh, okay. So I was just asking the wrong question. I was asking what happens to, but what happens after is apparently the right question to ask. After they follow you.
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again.
Disappear?
They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
Okay, got a new achievement, so that's neat. Okay, oh, she's orange. Oh, but before we move on, before you mentioned something beautiful.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light, deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it, because it's warm and glowing, like a beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up.
Yeah, Cthulhu is definitely a thing. Oh well, let's finish up Nathan. I wonder how many acts this game even have. I'm currently on Act 3. How far away am I from completing this game? I wonder. Not that it really matters, I am far too hungry. But, oh well, how are the others? God, how are you today? Oh, I also have Yaya. Oh, okay, 2 people.
Of Hannah. It didn't work. I suppose because the loss was superficial. The next thing I burned was the rocking chair. That worked. I've been getting rid of her stuff ever since. There was a day when I attacked a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in.
Let's see, what more could we possibly ask her though? Let's begin with the paper strike. Tell me about
remember the spike. It was very sharp. Dekker used to fool around with it during the sessions, but I mostly just kept my head down. Most of the time it paid not to look at what he was doing.
Oh. Ow. Let me see these questions. Oh. Oh, I could follow that. Oh, I could follow that. Okay, I might.
I burned the photos of Hannah. It didn't work. I suppose because the loss was superficial. The next thing I burned was the rocking chair. That worked. I've been getting rid of her stuff ever since. There was a day when I attacked a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in.
Attack the Salvation Army bin? Why would you?
I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up.
Let's see. Did you read diary?
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. That she was going to break off the engagement. That she didn't love me anymore.
Oh dear.
I regretted it.
What do you regret?
You've asked me that already. No. Wait, maybe that was yesterday. I don't know, anyway.
Oh, regret is just with one, isn't it? What?
I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't, though.
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way.
Did you follow my dating advice?
You told me not to look for anyone else until I was ready. So I didn't. I've just been sitting at home, reading Hannah's diary, stewing. I ordered a pizza. A nice girl delivered it.
You've got a good memory, Doctor.
That was wrong person. I still don't have anything more on you. Okay. What can I ask Nathan? What can I ask Nathan? Okay, let's try. What else did no, not did Dr. Dekker. What else can you tell me?
told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy.
More problems?
I started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat days, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me.
Okay. I can see your problem there. Let's see, let's go back to... I was back in Act 1 where he said Dr. Dekker cursed him. So, how did Dr. Dekker curse you?
Curse. Well remembered. I was hoping you'd forget. It's gonna sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I start to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed him.
Why did you believe him?
I didn't want to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration. He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
Wait, did we just see that flame? Did the character actually see that flame? Because that ain't good. If the character starts delving deeper into the madness, that is not a good sign. Oh dear.
He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
Okay, because in the replay there isn't. In the replay there clearly isn't a flame. Okay. It is definitely time to call it quits. Why did he... No, not why, because that was to forget. How did he hypnotize you? How did he... how do you spell hypnotize again? I think that's just straight up.
I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. Whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
Okay. Why were you scared?
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along. Keep coming to the sessions. Pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again. But I couldn't talk to him about it, because he'd know.
But this is still yellow.
He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
Forget it? Question mark?
That's not really relevant.
Damn. I was hoping I wouldn't have to phrase the sentence for that one. Why did Dr. Dekker want you to forget?
He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist.
Basic therapist?
He told me lots of people get depression, to become more active, see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be.
Do you know Jaya?
Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker.
Okay, we have notes again. Should ask her. Also, Nathan is still red. Oh yeah, that one's
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end.
Okay, crazy. How was Dr. Dekker crazy?
I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power.
Okay, there we go. He is now orange. You know what? I think I am gonna save Jaya until next time, and then hopefully do some of these a bit further, because I'm getting a bit too deep into the story now to just keep them on orange, I think. Especially if I am doing it for another day. There are some of those stories that get so weird and I want to know more. That might, however, send my character into insanity, but we will deal with that if it should be an issue. Yeah, because not only am I hungry, but there's also someone else behind me who has completely lost his patience and is very much insisting on getting all the attention right now. So he'll start being a bit more vocal if I don't do anything about that. But yeah, thanks for joining in. Thanks for sticking around, Lizard. You missed the beginning. I very much advise you to catch the beginning, because it's, as I said, it's been quite a ride before you joined. And I'll continue this next Sunday. I do, however, think I am gonna be moving my Sunday streams to start at 8 a.m. for me instead of 7 a.m. so 1 hour later, because I'm noticing that the 7 a.m. start is a bit rushed. Especially now, like today, where we had some issues with the weather and there were some delays all over. But yeah, hopefully we'll find out all of the answers next week to whatever this story is. So hopefully see you then, and enjoy the rest of your